All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having a great day, and I have an amazing lineup for you. So in just a second, Trump has multiple demented meltdowns within the past 2 or 3 days. We have Lindsey Graham's funeral, which was, of course, just absolutely abysmal and weird, and the entire thing came unglued at multiple points. Very bizarre, stranger than fiction, if we're being real. So we'll talk about that. We also have Iran sneak attacks a U.S. base and drops a dire warning on Trump that you have to see to believe. So I'll show you that. Also, China and Russia are getting more involved in the war and backing Iran. And so the U.S. is low-key sort of panicking here, and I'm going to break all that down for you. Also, later on, Haley Stevens is panicking as Abdul calls out her AIPAC money directly to her face, and the new round of polls is looking catastrophic for the Stevens campaign. So we'll dive into that as well. And then later on, we have a MAGA representative who is currently in Congress who allegedly assaulted his daughter and his wife, and nobody cares. Nobody in Republican leadership gives a shit, and they're perfectly fine with him, being in their caucus, and we live in hell. Because, of course, Democrats have the strictest standards you've ever seen, ever, and Republicans have absolutely no standards at all. So that's what we're dealing with, and it's the worst thing ever. So we'll talk about that as well. You guys know the drill, man. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. You can also support the show on Patreon. Link below for that. You can tip with the thanks button on YouTube as well. Remember, y'all, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I never will. You guys have made that possible. Without you, it wouldn't be like this. So thank you again from the bottom of my heart for all this support. And then also, of course, you could sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. We have a great interview dropping this week. We're talking to Rania Khalek of Breakthrough News, who is currently being politically persecuted by the Trump regime. They are coming after her for having an anti-imperialist news outlet under NSPM 7, under this new McCarthyite Red Scare. So I cannot wait for that conversation. Sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack to see the full thing. And then also, everybody go sub to Corin's World and come hang out with us live every Monday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So, going to get to the Lindsey Graham funeral in a second. But before I do, let's not forget what Donald Trump said during the campaign to Andrew Schultz on his podcast about Sleepy Joe Biden and what his problem is. So here we go. Listen to this.
He has an ability to fall asleep while on camera. He can lie down on one of those things, and in minutes, he's stone cold out.
How does he do it?
And he's got cameras, because he's the president, so they have cameras on him.
Yeah.
And then they show him sleeping on the beach. Yeah. You'll never see me sleeping in front of camera.
Oh, is that so? Here he is, front row at Lindsey Graham's funeral. Front row at a funeral, fighting for his life. Look at this.
Was very
Oh, no.
influential on.
Oh, those eyelids are heavy, homie.
And also Supreme Court decisions. So it's a rare ability. He was very funny, by the way, and playing on the golf course. He and me and Richard Burr would occasionally maneuver our ball out of the rough.
Bro. Now, this is the problem. The part of his brain that regulates circadian rhythm is breaking down. This is what's happening with his cognitive decline. So he's up all night tweeting all sorts of AI slop and threatening nuclear annihilation, but all day when he's supposed to be awake and focused on presidential type shit, he's micro-napping. Okay, and some of this is not micro-napping. Some of this shit is he's deep in REM sleep in this bitch. By the way, the Republicans Against Trump account tweeted a compilation here, and you can't make this up, bro. Compilation of 3 minutes and 34 seconds of Trump being asleep in public. 3 minutes and 34 seconds. We got Lindsey Graham's funeral. We got his trip to Turkey where he's basically fucking snoring on these hoes. We got, an event in Pennsylvania here where he's falling asleep as he's being glazed by the Secretary of War Crimes. Now even glazing him and telling him he's a special little boy isn't enough to keep him awake. He doesn't have the capability anymore. So he's become the nappiest boy of all time, the sleepiest little obese son of a gun of all time. And remember, he specifically attacked Joe Biden, saying, I don't understand. How does he sleep in public? It's so crazy. Now, every 7 seconds... That's what we're dealing with. 3 minutes and 34 seconds of a compilation of him sleeping everywhere. Okay, so sleeps at Lindsey Graham's funeral, but I got a lot for you here, okay? This is a part where, during the funeral, Trump seems to forget what he's doing and who he's talking about and where he is. He knows he's at a funeral, but he forgets the specifics. So pay close attention here. He's trying to come up with Lindsey Graham. I'm talking about Lindsey Graham, but he can't come up with the fact that it's Lindsey Graham, and so he tries to work around it. Listen to this. Here we go.
Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is. And
oh, my God. Oh, no, Don. Oh, no.
our nation needs more men and women like that great.
Fighting for his life over there. Need more men and women and maybe people in between, somewhere on the spectrum. You need all those people. You need them to be like this person right here who's sitting, laying there. Where they are, I don't know, but maybe I think I know. Oh my God, bro, his brain is just meandering.
Person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it.
Oh no. There's also a part, I didn't pull this one up, but there's also a part where after he's done speaking and he goes to sit back at his seat, he walks past Lindsey Graham's casket and he just taps it. He gives it a, and then he keeps moving. Oh my days. All right, but I'm just getting started because now you guys are going to love this one, bro. You guys are going to love this one. So here, this is one of the moments that everybody's talking the most about, and you'll see why very quickly.
But no matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked.
Who's who of war criminals, by the way? Who's who of war criminals? Everybody liked Lindsey.
Lindsey, well, not everybody.
Oh.
But it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene. But he was beautiful. But he was also ready with...
One thing's for sure, everybody liked him, and that's why we're all here celebrating his life. Well, not everybody liked him. In fact, I'd say most people probably didn't like him. In fact, he was generally hated. But wait, it gets better, because he goes from that, totally veering off script, driving the whole point into a ditch.
I'm having way better conversations with people who are actually interested. Finally, I can see who really meant it. Download Bumble.
This settlement check completely changed my life, and it came from a car accident I almost forgot about. I'm honestly shaking as I record this.
And then he hits us with this. Try to figure out what the fuck he's saying here. Good luck.
Gleam in his eye after being lectured on the excruciating details of patent law by a fellow senator during a flight. Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of enhanced interrogation and torture for the Guantanamo Bay area. He said this is really bad stuff and boring.
Oh my days.
And while he was...
What the fuck? Oh, he's mangling this. He got handed a speech. All he has to do is read it. He cannot deliver it.
an incredibly hard worker, he was not exactly an early riser, as many of you know.
Oh, no. Okay. Lindsey Graham deserved this, by the way. Lindsey Graham motherfucking deserved this. Now, here's where Trump, again, veers off script. He goes, well, I must tell you, he never met a war he didn't like. He sure was a hawk. He never met a war he didn't like. And then he cut to Hannity. It's like fucking 7 minutes apart from Trump going up there giving his speech. He's like, people lie about Lindsey and say he's a warmonger. This is incredible.
He was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that.
No,
But
I think quite literally everybody understands that. I think that's the one thing that quite literally everybody gets about Lindsey Graham. That and his little ladybugs. That and his little secret he was trying to keep from everybody.
for the good of our country.
Lindsey, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger. I've heard that false criticism a lot.
False criticism. They have some nerve, bro. They have some nerve. As if these things aren't checkable. Okay? When he ran in 2016 for president, got like -7 votes. He was asked, so how do you get out of Iraq? How do you get out of Afghanistan? And his answer was, and I'm not kidding, you don't. You stay there forever. I remember because I covered it at the time. I was doing the show at the time, and I remember going, what the fuck? You had to pick my jaw up off the ground. So I'm like, who could be that stupid politically? Like that's what Americans want. Are you fucking kidding me? So, by the way, Sean, don't take my word for it. You guys can go check. Did he support the Iraq War? Did he vote for the Iraq War? Did he support the Afghanistan War? Did he vote for the Afghanistan War? Did he support the overthrowing of Libya? Did he support war against Syria? Did he support the illegal war against Iran? He was one of the fucking chief people endlessly pushing for it. He's on camera saying, I nearly cried tears of joy after we bombed the fucking little girls' school in Iran. That same bombing raid. He was like, I almost cried tears of joy. Like, what are you talking about? He supported the genocide in Gaza. Are you kidding? Like, oh, people unfairly call him a warmonger. If you objectively and soberly look at his record, there's no other conclusion except that he's a fucking warmonger. How is this guy allowed on TV? No, seriously, how is he allowed on TV? To tell lies that brazen is just astonishing to me. I don't understand how anybody can get in the mental space to be this fucking disingenuous, this much of a little fucking weasel. What a sick prick. Oh my days, I hate this guy. Oh, he should immediately be off TV.
I've heard that false criticism a lot. It's not true. The truth was the opposite. Lindsay desperately
oh yeah, he loved peace.
Wanted and talked to the president about a lasting peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, he loved peace. He wanted a piece of you over there and a piece of you over there and a piece of you over there. He wanted pieces of you everywhere.
He wanted every region, every country in the region on that path to peace. That was Lindsay's dream. If people would only listen to what he had been saying.
We listened. Oh, Sean, we listened. So this funeral was completely and utterly unglued, bro. But here, I haven't even got to my favorite one. This is Sean Hannity delivering one of my favorite lines of all time. First of all, I didn't know it was legal to suck dick at a funeral, but that's what this man just did. Wait for it. Here we go.
Lindsay, Mr. President, I would argue in my mind, probably has a heavenly version of Mar-a-Lago. It may even be a little bigger. He may have a little more gold in the Oval Office in his mansion in heaven. And I wouldn't be surprised if he added one big, beautiful ballroom and an arch somewhere on the property. Because he would want to obviously duplicate his dearest friend in life, you, Mr. President.
Now, by the way, you can go look at the videos. When Trump ran in 2016, nobody hated him more from within the Republican Party than Lindsey Graham. He said wild shit. He said, if Trump becomes our nominee, we're going to lose and our party's going to be destroyed and we're going to deserve it. That's what he said. Oh, he always loved you, sir. My ass cheeks. And here's Sean go, choking on it. Fucking... he's glurping on it. Yes, I just made up that word. He's glurping on that thing. He is slobbing on that knob so hard, we needed to invent a new word to describe it. He is glurping on that thing, bro. What the fuck are we witnessing? Their idea of heaven is like a fucking tacky golf course with a bunch of plastic bitches and Botox and shit, where everybody's fake. Nobody actually likes each other. All they care about is their fucking Gucci and all their designer shit. Like, Mar-a-Lago in the sky? Are you kidding me? It's bigger. It's got more gold. Their idea of heaven is not like transcending this like material plane that we're on. No, their idea of heaven is like, let's solidify the hierarchies. And our servants work twice as fast. They work twice as fast, and they're even more dedicated to us than they are in this world. Like, what the fuck is this? That's your idea of heaven? Oh, no. There's a big arch in the sky, sir. There's the Epstein Memorial Ballroom. There's all of your little 10-year-old Epstein victims, and as long as they're boys, Lindsay would be happy. He prefers them that way. Oh, my days, bro. What the fuck are we talking about? All right. Then we have the psycho sundowning president posting this. AI slop of him with Gandhi JFK. And I know it's supposed to be Jesus, but that's motherfucking Jared Leto, bro. Don't take my word for it. You look at this screen and go look up Jared Leto. That's Jared Leto. Whatever AI Trump used swapped Jesus for Jared Leto, and he didn't even realize. He also apparently didn't look close enough at himself, because his face is fucking rotund and bulbous in this, even more so than in real life. He looks like a pudgy little meatball in this bitch. But this is what the president does. Now, you could convince me that he thought this was real too, by the way, because that's how much his brain is failing. So he's on this absolutely demented meltdown. We also have him. He went and did a rally, which again, I don't know why he's doing a rally. That also scares me because it makes me think, of course, he wants to stay in power past 2028. There's about 1,000 things that make me think he wants to stay in power. But the fact that he's still doing rallies and shit, but he had the nerve to say this to his people. Listen.
Years, bad years. We're having the single greatest year we've ever had as a country. We're not going to let these people destroy it.
Hey y'all, baby, I'm the one that's responsible for doing all the cooking in my family, so I decided to level up. No more aluminum pans. I got these gold chafing dishes from Temu, and they are a bomb 10 out of 10. They can be used for hot or cold foods. For hot foods, just...
We're having the single greatest year we've ever had as a country? Are you kidding me? They hit Biden like nobody's business over inflation. His inflation is worse than Joe Biden's. You have got to be kidding me. Multiple illegal wars of aggression, inflation out of control, unemployment out of control, gas prices. I paid $4.20 something the other day. Grocery prices. I mean, look at the price of like meat. Oh my days, it's fucking through the roof. Oh, everything's great. Everybody loves it. They kicked 18 million people off Medicaid. Greatest year in our country's history. Are you kidding me? Like, his line of bullshit has now just, it's through the roof. It's immeasurable. Guys, we're going to get to some polls in a little bit here, but I've seen, one poll had him at 30% approval rating. Now, like, I'll see a casual one at like 35%, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's like right in the middle of where I've seen the polls. The high ones now are like 38%. Everything's in the 30s. Bro, this man is despised, and he's like, everything's great, everything's lovely. Like, his right-wing postmodernism has spiraled out of control, and now it seems like he's chugging his own Kool-Aid. Okay, more. This is where he goes full death cult mode. How many of us have been telling you for how long that this is a motherfucking death cult? The Republican Party is not a political party. It is a death cult. Well, if you were skeptical until now, be skeptical no more, because listen to what he says here.
The people that count, those people love Trump. Because I've done more for you than your parents, okay? Your parents are good. I'm not going to knock your parents, but I have been better to you than your parents. That I can tell you, and they would agree with me. Wherever they may be, they would agree.
I've done more for you than your parents. That's what. Could you imagine any Democratic politician saying that? There's not a Democratic politician alive that would say that shit. The nerve of this man. And again, the nerve of him doing it when he has a 30% approval rating. Like, oh no. Oh no, the cult is getting smaller and smaller, and he's clinging to them. He's hanging on for dear life. You love me, won't you, you bet?
Hey, Butch, I challenge you right now to tell me what the fuck socialism even is. I guarantee you, Butch, that you don't even know what socialism is. Challenge me.
Love me, you better love me, or I'll burn this whole bitch down. But I know you love me, don't you? It is getting disturbing, man. All right, more. This speaks for itself. Just listen to this.
For years, you watch.
John says, what a sloppy neck piece of blank weirdo. And MAGA chose him as their alpha when he's a beta.
Companies move production from America down to Mexico. Mexico. I love the way there's a very nice president of Mexico. You know that. She's very nice, and she speaks beautifully, and she calls it Mexico.
What a fucking embarrassment, man. What a fucking embarrassment. What are we doing? All right, there you have it. I mean, what else is there to say? The funeral was an absolute mess. Trump is continuing to humiliate himself and us around the world. As all this is happening, Iran is draxing us on the battlefield in a war we should have never fucking started. It's an illegal, immoral war of aggression. And yeah, he can't even contain himself on fucking Lie Social. He posts the most deranged shit you've ever seen day after day. We are so in over our heads, it is not even funny anymore. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Smash that like button, y'all. Double tap that screen.
And as you mentioned, we have James Tallarico joining us tonight from Texas during his Texas Senate campaign. And I wonder, I'm going to ask him if he agrees with Donald Trump's decision to cut funding for Medicare prescription drug benefits for people who were.
Hey, y'all, it's James, and I have a major update on our race. The New York Times just released a poll showing us tied 47-47 against Ken Paxton.
It's Ken Harbaugh with the Midas Touch Network. On Monday, during this speech at a General Motors facility in Michigan, Trump was loudly interrupted by a protester shouting, "Pedophile protector."
An automobile, something that no other president had the courage to ever do. He's a communist. He's a communist. We're running against communists. Now, this is great.
We don't yet know who the protester was, and it shouldn't surprise us at all that Trump's response was to call him a communist. But this isn't the first time someone has yelled this at Trump in Union country. At a Ford facility in January, a worker shouted the same thing, prompting Trump to respond with an obscene gesture. This kind of thing didn't happen in Trump's first term, at least in blue-collar settings like auto plants. But something is shifting. Now, I don't love the framing of this article, the use of the term uneducated, because I guarantee you most of the union brothers and sisters I know have more practical education than a lot of my law school classmates. But the polling behind the article is solid. Trump's approval rating with non-college educated white voters, which used to be one of his most reliable voting blocks, is plummeting. And in my corner of Ohio, you see that everywhere. The Trump signs are coming down. The MAGA hats are harder to find. I asked Brian Poindexter to join me to talk about this. He's a card-carrying union member in Ironworkers Local 17 in Cleveland, Ohio, and he's running for Congress against one of the Trumpiest incumbents there is. Brian's insights into why workers are turning against Trump and MAGA are enlightening. Here's our conversation. Brian, thanks so much for joining the show today. National polling has shown a steep downward trajectory for Trump's approval rating. National polling is one thing, though. Reality on the ground is something totally different. What are you seeing in the Ohio 7th when you're out knocking on doors, when you're at VFW and American Legion posts, when you're in the Union Hall? Is the sentiment on the ground actually reflecting what the national media is telling us?
Yeah, I think working people all across the spectrum, whether you're Democrat, Republican, or independent, whether you're a blue collar or white collar worker, people are feeling the pinch of an economy that has forgotten them. I think people are waking up to the fact that Trump hasn't kept many of his promises, especially as they pertain to workers. And, the golden age of, for workers, as he put it, it hasn't come to realization. And, Trump still has his diehard supporters, and that's their right. They can support whoever they want.
Yes, he has diehard supporters, but they dying hard. They are dying hard.
But a lot of folks who are really feeling it in their wallets and at their kitchen table are looking for something different, and I hope to provide that for them.
One of the things I have noticed, even about many of those diehard supporters.
Listen, y'all, they talking about Die Hard, so bingo. I'm going to read your shit. Completely fake news, dude. Trump support is bigger and stronger than ever. This is a Trump country. MAGA controls it. Lying Democrats. Lying Democrats are done. Shut your... Hey, listen. I'm glad you feel that way, sir. But I can guarantee you, Trump support is concentrated by a few weirdos, revenge of the nerds, and guess what? It's not going to be enough. It never was enough. And the motherfucker's been cheating the whole time. So there you have that, sir. Take this medicine and enjoy.
Borders, and I'm familiar with the district you're running in. A lifetime ago, I had some adventures there as well in the Ohio 7th. I'm not seeing the Trump signs in nearly the numbers that I used to, unless it's like painted on the side of a 18-wheeler or something, unless it's hard to take down. Most of those yard signs are gone.
Yeah, I actually made the same observation a few weeks back. We went to Ashland, Ohio for their annual balloon festival. And, it was a group, there was about 3,000 people there, scattered. It's a large area. Halfway through the event, this is Ashland, Ohio. This is.
I was there yesterday. I get it.
Traditionally deep red territory, and I didn't see a single MAGA hat, not one. I didn't see a shirt. Driving in there, coming in off 250 and taking the main roads in, I didn't see any Trump flags out. And I think people are really realizing that the rhetoric isn't working anymore. People want to see real results. They want to see the words match their wallet, and they're not right now.
I think there's also, keep going.
Oh, I was going to say, that's why I got in this race. I never wanted to run for Congress. I'm just a union worker. I just want to go build buildings and help build my community as a city council member in Brook Park. But I see working families like mine and my friends and my family hurting, doing more and more work and getting less and less results for it. And I think that's the sentiment that's going to carry us in November. And I think that's, even the MAGA base is feeling it. So
it's one thing to see that MAGA base either turn on Trump. I mean, that's the ideal, or at least admit to themselves they don't want to be the last Trump defender or having to explain why they're still wearing the red hat. You don't want to be the last guy buying a ticket to, the band that nobody listens to anymore.
Welcome to Frozen Barbecue. Please remain calm and hungry. Customer patience level unstable.
That's one thing. Getting them to vote for a Democrat in deep red parts of Ohio is a different proposition altogether. How do you make the case? And look, maybe it's enough to win an election as a Democrat in these parts of Ohio to get the MAGA faithful to at least stay home. But when you talk to the 3-time Trump voter, are you getting any of them to give you a real chance, to give you a look?
Oh, yeah. Well, first off, I'm one who always likes to keep the door open. I don't want to slam that door shut. I'm never going to shame somebody for who they voted.
MAGA, I know this shit hurt your feelings. But I'm the Trump. But I'm the president. They can't do this to me. I have immunity. How they gonna lock me up for cheating when I have immunity?
We're in a mess right now. A lot of it's due to Trump's policies and really Max Miller's support for those policies. But we all wanted something different. That's why Trump came to power to begin with, because politics as usual wasn't working. Now we see that it was working better than it is now. Back then, but people are still craving that something different. And I think in me, they see that something different. I am just one of us. I'm somebody out of the workforce, somebody who knows the everyday issues.
Spartan. Could somebody white in the chat tell Spartan, who is the biggest recipient of welfare in the United States, what demographic of people would that be? First, I want you to tell me what party, and then you can tell me what race. I don't think he knows, y'all. He coming in here with his stupid statement, and obviously he doesn't know that people that look like him are the highest recipients, and people in his fucking political party are receiving it at a higher rate than anybody in the country. So there you go for your EBT. YT EBT, man.
I think, this district, it's traditionally a Republican district, but it's a district that Sherrod Brown wins, because Sherrod Brown really fights hard for workers. And, it's a hard-working district. Everybody in the district, whether you're a farmer or you work in a factory or you work in an office, We really pride ourselves in District 7.
MAGA America, really? Well, what's up with Chud the Builder? What's up with Andrew Tate? What's up with all your people getting locked up for being a child predator? Yeah, this is MAGA's America. A bunch of predators.
Being good, hard workers, that traditional Midwest work ethic. And I think you'll see people.
I do understand per capita, you dummy. You don't understand per capita. And in per capita, this don't work in the argument, dummy. For one, there's not more Caucasians or white people in the country. You're not the majority, dumbass. So it definitely don't work. You like to say that you're the majority and you wish you were the majority, but I can look at the fucking map. I can look at North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, goddamn Oregon. Those are the least populated states, the least populated lands. Go and look. It ain't nothing but farms out there, man. So where are the people at? New York City got 8 million people in one city. Man, get out of here. You ain't the fucking majority. So even if per capita don't work, it don't work.
People rally. They may not tell their friends and neighbors, like in the more red parts, that they voted for a Democrat.
You don't understand how per capita works. You just learned what that was, dummy.
Which is fine. Voting in America is a very private, very personal thing. And, if they don't want to come out loud and proud and say they support Brian Poindexter, that's fine. But I think you're going to see a lot of those folks who won't have to change their party affiliation, check the box next to my name, because I am just like them.
Pass the SAVE Act, because it's the only fucking thing that you think can help you. The SAVE Act ain't even going to help your ass. What you saving? Because he's spending all the goddamn money. What are you saving? Your ego? Your little fragility?
Hey, it's Ken. Quick break to let you know that I am heading back to Ukraine soon. So many of you stepped up to help the 34th Marine Brigade, the unit I've been embedding with the past couple years. They desperately needed a new motor for their rescue boat, and you came through. Thank you.
I don't know why Democrats want men and women's sports. I don't think they do. I know goddamn where they don't belong in women's sports. And so why y'all want to keep talking about a bunch of dumb subjects? You motherfuckers don't even watch sports. Let's get that out the way. Oh, y'all watch Caitlin Clark and whoever else fits the fucking bill for MAGA. But outside of that, you don't give a fuck about sports. I do not approve of no fucking men and women's sports. But on top of that, I'm not a fucking Democrat. So with that being said, get an argument that you care about. How about we don't want grown-ass men in little girls' dressing rooms? Y'all worrying about the wrong shit. You're worried about men and women's sports, but you're not worried about grown-ass men violating children? Get your priorities is messed up. Y'all worried about men and women's sports, which I don't agree with. I don't think no fucking body should agree with men and women's sports. But that's the whole point. They're men, not women. And y'all talking all that shit. What the hell was Lindsey Graham? A straight fruit cup. And he's supposed to be one of the top Republicans. And y'all supporting a switch hitter. That's his business. He can do whatever he wants. But stop trying to act like y'all Republicans are so against the LGBTQ when all of you Republicans is getting caught up doing lewd acts with little boys. Lindsey Graham, all these guys is doing backdoor shit like that. Your commander-in-chief as well. So we don't want to hear about your little morality. Your morality is sitting right next to the smallest violin in the world. And we can't hear that shit.
There are so many other urgent needs, though. This unit is the one at the heart of the Midas Touch and Valor media film Drone Hunters of Kherson, and they're the ones defending that city every day against nonstop Russian drone attacks against civilians. I have seen them in action. I've been on patrol with them. This is actually the wreckage of a Russian suicide drone shot.
Yeah, I know it's bullshit when we start talking about all of the Republican, conservative, white men that's getting locked up for being child predators. Y'all want to talk about that, or y'all want to talk about something else? Don't worry, I'll wait. Y'all want to talk about Lindsey Graham, little switch hitter, running around Washington, D.C., getting his tailpipe blew out? That's y'all man? That's Trump's best friend? So let me see. He was best friends with a known black male conspiracy cannibal and child predator in Jeffrey Epstein. And then his next best friend was Lady Lindsey Sweet Buns Graham. That's the company you keep? Fruit cakes and weirdos? Note taken.
Down by one of those teams. I've even been pinned down in a bunker with them as wave after wave of Russian drones hammered our frontline position. But because of the extraordinary heroism of people like Adama, commander of a drone team I embedded with, Ukraine will win this war. The more help they get, the faster that.
Shout out to all the weak Democrats. I mean, the weak conservatives or MAGA. And the only thing that can come out their mouth is Democrat. First of all, I don't represent Democrats. Second of all, everything that you cry about could not possibly be the fault of the Democrats. Everything we say about somebody who just happens to, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. The comeback can't be, well, the Democrats did it. Y'all some irresponsible ass people.
Can happen. Units like the 34th are constantly having to make do with whatever equipment they can scrape together, which is especially challenging for a unit that operates attack drone teams, river assault crews, counter drone patrols. The 34th does it all. If you participated in the first fundraiser we held, thank you. I've just launched another one. This time, we're not capping the goal, which we hit practically overnight last time. If you can help out, please click the link in the show notes. Your support will save lives.
If you pick Iraq to take over the world with, I'm sorry, but that's a horrible choice. First of all, you've got Saudi Arabia and Iran right.
Thank you.
MAGA. Wah, I'm a MAGA whiny baby. All I do is cry, just like Trump. Wah, I'm the president. But I have immunity. Why can't I steal? Why shouldn't I be able to steal from the American people? I'm a crybaby.
Max Miller, you brought him up, your opponent. His main selling point to the districts seems to have been, I'm all in with Trump. Those policies are going to elevate the...
Y'all see how dumb the Democrats is? Because somebody tell, who is this weirdo? Jacob, oh, hold on, let me see what his name is. Jeb Common. Jeb, J-E-B. Because somebody tell him that the Democratic cities in the United States actually pay the money to the red states. The red states have people who receive taxes. And the blue states got people who pay the taxes. And the people in the red states are on fucking welfare. I know this shit is a surprise to people who've been taught to sit around and talk about the working class as if they're lazy, while the Republicans and the people in the Republican states sit back on their ass and collect more fucking assistance than anybody in the whole fucking country, while calling people lazy, while hiring fucking cheap labor and immigrants and migrants. Y'all need to shut up. Y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about. But I love the way Republicans make themselves look fucking stupid worrying about Democrats. What you need to be worried about is the independents, because we swing the fucking vote.
American worker. They're going to punish China. They're going to, throw out the bad guys. They're going to scapegoat immigrants. I mean, don't get me started. And it's not working. And it's all Max Miller has to go on, because on the character side of the ledger, I mean, the guy is a walking catastrophe, from the child abuse allegations to the lawsuits with his former partner who was a close ally of Trump. It's a disaster. How do you balance those two? I mean, you could take shot after shot at this guy's character, but he's also failed the district in terms of policy and helping people on the everyday kitchen table issues. What's your approach?
Yeah, the personal stuff, I try to keep the personal stuff out of it. People can do their own research on that stuff, and I hope they do, because I think character definitely matters, especially from a representative. But I got into this race because his policies that he supports are terrible. I mean, he's voted numerous times to support the blanket tariffs that have driven up costs. He's voted numerous times for the war in Iran, to continue that. That's driven up costs. I mean, all across the board, up and down, he has voted time and time again to support the policies that have made life harder for hardworking people in our district. And he said some very irrational things on the floor of Congress, where his word had to be stricken by his own party. He's just unreasonable.
Can you give me? I didn't know that. Can you give me an example of that?
He went on a tirade against Rashida Tlaib, saying that she was a Hamas supporter.
Hey, Jonah, the most whiniest, crybabiest cult in the world.
And just went off the rails, disparaging her. And, and people in her district have the right to elect their representative too. And they chose her. And it's just unreasonable for somebody to go on the floor of Congress and say such terrible things that they have to be stricken from the record. I'm more reasonable than that. I don't care.
Yes, we do recognize Donald Trump was a Democrat in the 90s. What the fuck does that have to do with now? And the only reason why I hit the Republican ticket was because there was an opening. Because you stupid. You gotta be dumb.
Who's there with me? I am going to try my best to work with whomever is there to make sure we give relief to the hardworking families of not only our district, but the whole country. People are really hurting. I mean, you got farm bankruptcies right now. There's 140,000 private farms that are on the verge of bankruptcy across this country. You have over 100,000 people here in Ohio about to lose their health care because of the cuts to the ACA. I mean, like, up and down every metric for working families, people are hurting. And the rhetoric and the hyperbole is not something we need right now. We need somebody who's going to go in there, put the time in, do the work, and really work together across the aisle. Whoever.
Pitbull. I've been going upside their motherfucking head since last night. Smash that like button, double tap that screen. We in the building.
Whomever is sent there to represent, we have to work with them. And we can't be disparaging people on the floor of Congress.
You mentioned the war in Iran. I guess I'm a little surprised to hear that. I'm encouraged to hear.
I'm not going to lie. Talking to a bunch of ignorant, uneducated wannabes is exhausting.
That the voters of the Ohio 7th have a global perspective, especially on issues that affect them directly. What are they saying about it? What's the sentiment amidst all of this fake patriotic jingoism saying that we're defending America by bombing, a girls' school halfway across the world? What are your hopefully future constituents saying?
Well, people are realizing the parallels to when we invaded Iraq after 9/11. The weapons of mass destruction.
The amount of people that run in this bitch talking about liberal, communist, socialist. I bet you don't, none of y'all know what the fuck none of that shit means. It's just something you heard your mouthpieces repeat. You don't know. One of you low IQ MAGAs, please tell me in the comment section without Googling, what the fuck is socialism? What is communism? What is liberalism? I bet you don't know.
Construction argument. It's just the same argument instead of a weapons of mass destruction, now it's nuclear program. Insert slogan here, and it justifies atrocities there. You know, and you know, people in Ohio.
Exactly. You are liberal. Bitch, you don't know me.
Are not stupid people. People in Ohio 7th have deep roots in the military.
But I know you. I know you're fragile. I know you're jealous. I know you're fucking envious. And I know you don't have the skills or the motherfucking know-how or the genetics to be what you wish you could be or be what you hate. And that's why you hate it. Sorry, little boy. You're going to have to deal with the fucking hand you was dealt and stop worrying about the advantage or what you perceive as an advantage other people have and stop crying. Deal with what the fuck you was dealt, dummy.
I mean, we're a hardworking community, and that's where your soldiers, you know, come out of, the hardworking class. You know, people step up out of the working class to volunteer to serve their country, and rightly so, right? It's a very
They don't even know what fascism is.
Honorable thing to do. And we should be careful in putting them in harm's way over distraction and over rhetoric and hyperbole.
Look, listen to all the racists and all the people who support the racists try to tell you that the Democratic Party is racist. Oh, white people are racist. And guess what? It's white people in the Democratic Party. So you think we don't fucking know that? You think we don't know who you are? Man, get the fuck out my face.
You know, and really, most importantly, a war that's so costly, and it's driving up the prices of fuel. It's driving up the prices of groceries. It's driving up the price of everything for a distraction, for the fact that this administration and this Congress has been inadequate for the working families of our district.
That was an excerpt of my conversation with Brian Poindexter. For the full interview, check out my Substack. The link is below. Thanks.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
I finally won with those extra lives.
Did you know? If you were playing this game on free cash...
Republican senators disgraced themselves today, attacking the man who saved lives, possibly millions of lives, during the COVID-19 outbreak. The man who helped speed the development of a vaccine.
Our favorite MAGA hog, Mr. Andrew Tate. A lot of papers are covering this. There was a big article in the Times UK today, guys, that said this: Tate's harassed by inmates in jail. The lawyer tells the extradition hearing. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan.
Aww, Andrew Tate, tough guys getting harassed in jail? My neighbor's a cannibal. Shut up.
Facing 59 charges, the lawyer says the misogynist human rights are being violated, guys. Can you believe it? I'm going to go on the record here, and I'm going to say that I believe this is made up. I do. I believe that the Tate's lawyer is making this up. He is saying they're being harassed. He is saying their lives are in danger because of the child charges. He's doing this to try and get them out of jail. Okay? I guarantee you. These guys in the shoe, you're on lockdown. Nobody even is moving in and out of these. They get very little time outside of their cells. I believe exclusively that he is crafting this dangerous narrative in order to make it seem like it's not safe for his clients in there, and therefore they need to be released while this extradition hearing plays out. Because here's the scoop, guys. They're going to do with this the same thing they have done in every instance with Tate and his charges, where they just try to delay. They just keep delaying. keep delaying, keep delaying, keep delaying. And the longer they delay, the more they're out there living. And then this case is just this noise in the background. Now, they want to do the same thing with this extradition hearing, where they want to make this hearing last like 2 years, but they want him to not be in jail. So they're going to try to craft a narrative. Oh, the Tates are in trouble. Oh, the Tates, their lives are in danger. And you know how that goes in prison. So now these guys are threatening them and they're going to be killed. So you got to let them out. And then we're going to make sure this extradition hearing lasts, for 2-3 years while they're out and they're free and they're bopping around the country. Now,
Look, there you go. There you go, y'all. Listen. Spartan. Black men do it too. Bitch, not at the rate that you're doing it. This is just like you whining about Republicans. Republicans, but what about the black guys that do it? Bitch, this is not a fucking problem in our community. Yes, it's sick motherfuckers in our community that do it. The difference is we deal with their asses. We deal with them motherfuckers, whether it's in jail, whether it's on the streets. What y'all do is support, hide, and act like you don't know what's going on and ask for proof. You don't denounce it either. I ain't heard none of you MAGAs denounce being a child predator. I ain't heard none of y'all say if Trump is guilty of this, I don't support him. I ain't heard one of you motherfuckers say that. Not one of you. So that leads me to believe that you support it. That means that you will still support a person who's guilty of it. And you're sick. Period. Siamese, y'all can get mad in the comment section all you want. Ain't nothing you could type in that motherfucker that's going to hurt my feelings. But I bet you I can say something that's going to hurt yours. Y'all got a problem in y'all community with being child predators. It's all over the news. It's all over documents. It's happening with the elites. It's happening with Andrew Tate. It's happening with Barron Trump. It's happening with DJT. It's happening with, all of the people that Epstein was in contact with. And it was mostly, I ain't heard no black men on there yet. I ain't never seen no ring that's being ran by black people. That's a ring. And if it was a ring, they was being paid by some elite people. So either way, that's not something we do. That's what y'all do.
Relying on the judges and the prosecutors to be pretty heavy-handed about this. This is what their lawyer was claiming. The Tate brothers are being threatened, treated like Jeffrey.
Hey, guess what? I ain't protecting fucking Joe Biden. You just over here trying to act like, well, let's not talk about Biden. Let's not talk about Trump. Let's talk about Biden. Biden is a sicko too. All y'all sick. Because it ain't got nothing to do with the party. It got to do with the people in the fucking party. Now, let's get that out the way. Republican or Democrat, it's still white men. YT men is who we're talking about. Whether they're Democratic, Republican, fucking Russian. But right now, what I'm seeing is an American white man problem. Yeah. Right now, that's what we're seeing. Y'all can try to deflect all you want. I'm here to give you your medicine this morning. So it don't matter what you saying to me. Because what you saying to me, you're sick. I don't need your sick shit. But what I'm saying to you is healing. Leave the little kids alone, white man. That's what y'all need to do. That's what y'all need to do. Look at him. He talking about who's your father. I'm your father genetically, motherfucker. How about that? Genetically, I'm your dad. Genetically, I am your father. And I always been your father. Now sit your ass down, child, and get some more of this lesson. Take some more medicine so you can feel better. All right.
Epstein in jail. He says the charges have put a target on their back for them to get stabbed, jumped, murdered, their lawyer told reporters. Every time somebody walks by their cell, they get called a word that starts with P that's more appropriate to Epstein and not appropriate to them. So, like, I guess it's like he's saying pedo. Why wouldn't he just say the word, right? You know? And so the lawyer is absolutely farming this thing. Now, I don't care, guys. I don't care. Shall we look at some Andrew Tate shit? Here's one.
Come on, let's look at this weirdo. Hey, Pitbull, they triggered this morning, ain't they?
You love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not together. You understand me? I say listen. Did I say
Dude.
Did I say it? No. Did I say it?
Dude, like, what the bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even going to play the rest of that because it's not worth watching. But you see what I'm saying? Like, these guys, okay? These guys. They should put them in general pop and let them get their ass beat. You know? Total abuse.
Hey, man. I know y'all want to talk about fathers and shit, and your father didn't give a shit about you. He just told you get him a fucking beer out the refrigerator and choked your fucking mother. That ain't my fault. That ain't my fault that your dad would rather fucking sit on the couch and drink beers than take you to play baseball and shit. It ain't my fault that your dad had a crush on your sister and hated your fucking mother. It ain't my fault. But what we can clearly see that this is what's going on in your households. Molest, grape, child essay. Y'all doing the worst shit. But y'all love Trump and y'all love Jesus. Ooh, you motherfuckers is something. You're funny to me. Not only are you funny to me, but you're sitting in my chat trying to convince me what I said about you was wrong. When I just said it about you and you came here to hear me say it about you. So who's the fucking dummy?
And what's more, guys, Tate and Epstein are actually really similar. One of the things that Epstein did was he preyed upon teenage girls and then he made teenage girls become his accomplices. And that was the world that he set up, where everyone was complicit in his crimes. Now, Andrew Tate did the same thing, guys. What Andrew Tate did is he preyed on young men. As soon as he found out that the gamer world, that the incel gamers like ate up his
Revenge of the Nerds
content and ate up his...
Come on, y'all. Rotten. In the chat right now. Type in Revenge of the Nerds, the acronym, ROTN. Let's go. Spam it. Revenge of the Nerds. MAGA.
Use of ideas about manhood. He preyed on the video game community through Fortnite players, through Aiden Ross, through all of these young
Yeah, I'm Andrew Tate. I take a woman and I make her do the things that she doesn't want to do. And yeah, you might think this, but it's this. And Trump's an alpha. Trump's an alpha male. Trump's a badass. Trump's a fucking big dog, dude. Man, Andrew Tate, shut the fuck up. Now look at your weak ass, locked up for touching little girls. You's a bitch.
Influencers, and he went in there and he made all those young men complicit in his abusive nature by convincing them of the way to be men and the way to deal with women and the attitudes to have toward women. So he literally preyed on young men, took money from them, and then made them complicit in his toxic manhood and his toxic like methodology of interacting with other humans. And meanwhile, he's just fucking sitting there sort of scot-free. And who knows how many women around the world got...
Hey, y'all, I triggered Jab. Jab, I'm going to tell you what you need to do. Go get a soft bristle brush, and touch and brush your back with that motherfucker. You Neanderthal.
Abused because of him preying on young gamer guys. Okay? Think about the number of women world.
We don't give a fuck about him being the president. You know what's amazing is that he's doing the worst job ever. He's going down in history as the worst fucking president, predator, child predator, and he gonna get locked up for it, and they're gonna take all that money, because if y'all ain't watching, look at the courts. Everywhere he going to court, he's losing at 80%. So anybody who thinks that they're winning and they're only fucking winning by 20% of 100, go back to school. Can you do that for me? Can you go back to school, MAGA? Can you go back to fucking dummy school, MAGA? Because you pretty fucking dumb if you think that 20% of 100 is winning. You're also pretty dumb if you think that $1.7 billion is more than $25 billion, because that's what Trump gave to fucking Iran. $25 billion. Obama freed up 1.7 of their own money that we had tied up in assets. Are you stupid? Or are you dumb? Or just misinformed? I'm not sure. MAGA, in the chat, let me know if you're stupid, dumb, or misinformed. You can type the first letter in case you can't spell it, MAGA. All right? Stupid, dumb, or misinformed. SDM. Pick one. Okay? Because y'all pretty lost right now. Y'all pretty much stupid and think you know what you're talking about. But it's clear that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. All you know is not true. You're ignorant. So uneducated. When we found out that the MAGA core base is the white uneducated. That's right. White uneducated is the MAGA core base. So if you're white and educated, you're probably smart enough to know that Trump is not the guy. Trump was not the pick. But if you're a dumbass, you jumped in 2 feet in one shoe. Because you're dumb. You stupid ass.
That have gotten abused since he infiltrated the gaming scene and started monetizing these young men and turning them into sort of willing accomplices. It's like so gross, dude. He is so gross. But I'm telling you right now, if somebody showed up to these guys and they were going to harass these guys or Epstein these guys, dude, I would not care at all.
I'm lowering my ask to just $1 today. And here's why. This Senate race in Texas is likely going to be the most expensive
gonna win that shit in Texas.
And the most competitive.
And if he does,
you know what I mean?
If we get a blue Texas, man, y'all might as well hang it up.
If these guys got Epstein, I would not give two shits. Dude, they can Epstein them up, down, and sideways all fucking day, bro. Dude, do it up. Film it. Seriously, screw these guys. Tate he got hammered in a boxing match, guys. He did a boxing match, and dude, he got fucking lit up, bro. Right? There it is. Oh!
I'll tell you what I did for America. I'm shining a light on PDF files. I'm shining a light on weirdos. I'm shining a light on people who want to protect the pedos. That's why I let y'all come in here and run your fucking mouth online, because it's a timestamp of what you were saying and when you said it. So you ain't gonna be able to lie about this shit in the future. But all your online rants is gonna be documented. It's already being documented. And thank you.
Dude, pummeled. Oh! Oh! Yes! Dude. Oh! Just...
Hey, yo. Shout out to all the weak-ass MAGA dudes who want to come here and talk about the party that tried to keep you enslaved. Shut the fuck up. All y'all white motherfuckers were trying to keep people enslaved. So shut up. Shut the fuck up. It ain't got nothing to do with the party. It got to do with the fucking people. Now, I ain't saying that every Caucasian was on that shit. But y'all didn't do shit about it. You didn't fight about it. You didn't protest in the street like you did for Renee Good and fucking Alex Pretty. You sat your asses in the house and shut up. So that's just as bad. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Democratic, and make no mistakes, the Democratic Party is just as worse as the fucking Republican Party. It's a bunch of white men in charge. What's the difference? One saying, we're trying to help you, and the other one is saying, we don't want to help you. The ones that saying we want to help you ain't really fucking helping you. And the ones that say we don't want to help you, they're not trying to help you, and they let you know that. So what's the fucking difference? Joe Biden is no different than Donald Trump. And I never fucking said he was. You just don't like the fact that I'm talking shit about Donald Trump and think that I'm taking it easy on Biden. Well, would you like me to talk about Biden just as much as I talk about Trump? Would that make you feel better? Biden is a fucking piece of shit. Trump's a piece of shit. McConnell's a piece of shit. I seen Biden's fucking rhetoric before he became vice president of Barack Obama. He's a straight fucking racist. Did that make y'all feel better, Republicans? That I talked about a Democrat? Oh, Jeb can't stay on point. Jeb's so fucking mad. I'm going to tell you what you need to do, Jeb. Go get yourself a brown marker and paint yourself. Paint yourself since you want to be brown, since you want to be melanated, or you hate your fucking skin. Jeb, you can go and get that shit that them other motherfuckers got. Go get some melanin injections. It might help you. You might probably be a cooler person and shit. But I get it. You can be mad all you want, but you was born the way you was born. So accept it, motherfucker. How about that?
His bell rung, dude. Like, seriously, dude. He was lit up. Now, what I want to know, I want to keep looking into the Baron
Andrew Tate getting his
boxing match, guys.
That's the funny thing to me. All y'all, Andrew Tate ain't no different than Trump. Y'all thought this motherfucker was tough because he talked tough. And every time we seen this motherfucker get in the ring, he got his motherfucking bell rung. Black eyes. And when you look at his face after the fight, he don't look tough no more, do he? He don't look fucking tough no more, do he? Got his ass whipped. That don't look tough. That don't look tough. That look like you should have seen how he hit me in the face. You think I wouldn't get in there? Dude, this fucking dude punched my fucking eye right out my head and came back in. Look at him. He don't look tough now, do he? He's a bitch. Any man that put his hands on women and get your ass whipped by a man, bro, you a fucking joke. Because we know really, if you're going as far as to put your hands on a woman, you ain't got no smoke for men. You a weakling.
He did a boxing match, and dude, he got getting lit up, bro. Right? There it is. Oh! Dude, pummeled. Oh! Oh! Yes! Dude. Oh! Just fucking. His bell rung, dude.
This is your fucking alpha guys. These are the dudes that y'all listen to. Getting his fucking ass whipped by a fucking nobody. And then on top of that, it's a black dude that whipped his motherfucking ass. Damn, why am I getting treated so good this morning? I get to see Andrew Tate get laughed at and get his ass whipped, and a bunch of jokes sitting around thinking that this dude is tough. Just like you thought Trump was tough with his fucking soft ankles. You know what I'm saying? Pudding cups. Come on, man. Y'all can't be serious. These are fucking dudes that y'all look up to. Grapists and child predators. Look at this weak ass dude. Always talking shit and always getting his ass whipped.
Like, serious. Dude, guys, he did a boxing match, and dude, he got getting lit up, bro. Right? There it is. Oh!
Now, I'm glad that whoever set this fight up made sure it was a black dude and made sure he would get his ass whipped.
Dude, pummeled. Oh! Oh! Yes! Dude. Oh! Just fucking his bell rung, dude. Like, seriously, dude. He was lit up. Now, what I want to know, I want to keep looking into the Barron Trump angle, because this is where it fucking gets wild, dude. Because Barron hooked him up with all of these manosphere people. Barron was deeply connected to Justin Waller. And again, I still think
the fucking the number 99 says Tate getting his ass whipped is racism for sure. It's somehow gotta be. I believe that's how white people think. Like, imagine being a child predator and then saying, dude, you're a fucking predator. No, motherfucker. You can't call me what you are because it feels good to you. You got to have some proof that I'm a racist. I ain't never in my fucking life did something to somebody or a fucking didn't fuck with somebody because of how they look or what their fucking race was. If you cool with me, I'm cool with you. But the moment you get uncool, you're going to see uncool in a major way. But as long as you a cool person, I'm a cool person. I understand that some of y'all motherfuckers know that you're inferior and you know that you don't fucking match up well against certain demographics. But whose fucking fault is that? It ain't mine. It ain't my fucking fault. That's on you. And it's your mind that's thinking inferior. Inferior thinking is when, you're thinking negatively about yourself and more positively about somebody else. And in turn, you get fucking pissed off because of your shortcomings or whatever the fuck it may be. Bro, you got to take that up with your motherfucking self or your little God that made you, if that's what happened.
I think that this shit has something to do with that woman in the UK, right? You know that Barron is dirty. You just know it, dude. I just know that Barron is dirty. Dude, I know he is filthy.
Yeah, but fuck's Alex Jones.
The boss.
Well, now the New York Times, in a remarkable investigative report, finds that they were released from Romanian custody only after Trump administration officials intervened. An official in the White House told the Times that it was not involved in Tate's legal matters. But the Times reports that 6 days before Trump's inauguration, Andrew Tate wrote in a text, quote, I had word from the Trump administration that they're on top of things. I've been told I'll be free soon.
Crazy.
And here is how the Tate brothers reacted when, in fact, they were freed. And they boarded their flights back to the States the very next month.
You know you are, Andrew. You know what we are? We are back. We are so back. No one has ever been more back than we just got. It's true. And we never really left. So now we're back. Never left, but we're massively back.
Dude, just think about that, guys. These guys were under major investigation in Romania, okay? For all of the shit we already saw, abusing girls, keeping them, kidnapping them while they were forced to do cam work, the lover boy method of other organized crime shit and money laundering. And they were under house arrest, not allowed to leave the country. Then there was a security conference in Germany, in Munich, and some Romanian government officials were at that security conference, and Trump's buddy, Richard Grenell, the guy from the Kennedy Center, went to Munich exclusively to speak with high-level Romanian government officials, and then the Tates get free of their house arrest, and all of a sudden they can come to the United States. And then they're on a private plane coming to the U.S., and they're hanging out with Joe Rogan and Trump and Dana White and all those guys at the UFC. Like, what in the bro? The most toxic, abusive... I mean, we watched the videos of them abusing women on fucking camera, talking about all this pimping shit, just admitting this shit on...
And let's be real. Bitch, we know pimps. Ain't neither one of you beta motherfuckers no pimp. You just using your white privilege to do a bunch of bullshit to women and underage girls and underage boys. So at the end of the day, y'all just a bunch of sickos. Smash that like button if you see this big ass black eye right here and you love that shit.
Video, they've been, looting American youth, stealing money from young men, trying to teach them how to be pimps, how to abuse women. And the president of the fucking United States sends his lackey to a foreign country to get these guys like above the law in Romania so they can come to the U.S.
But he ain't getting them now. They ain't getting out this time.
Like, I mean, is there an Epstein connection? Like, what the dude? I've never seen America sink that low. Like, our country is literally, you flush a toilet and we are the mold on the bottom of the fucking toilet bowl, bro.
Yeah, well, what we found was that their release from Romania was really the culmination of years-long efforts by Andrew Tate in particular to forge very strategic alliances with prominent figures on the American right, media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, people in the Trump family, first Don Jr. and then Barron, and then eventually some of his supporters who were very public with their support and defense of him and their criticism of the Romanian criminal case.
Barron is dirty.
Into the Trump administration.
Alina Habba has talked about him. Richard Grenell, who
remember, guys, this is what they did. Remember, Tate started his bruv party. Then he went on Benny Johnson with Alina Habba.
Hello, Alina.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice to meet you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump. You're doing more important work than me.
America, not just Trump. And I agree with everything you just said. And I think that your anger is the same that President Trump has for our country. And the time is now for us to stop being wimps. I think that's exactly the right sentiment. And I also have to say that I sympathize with you because I think you go through a lot of the same, show me the person, I'll find the crime that President Trump has gone through. And
see, this is how he got into the Trump circle. Now, Alina did take a lot of heat for that, guys. She made that video with Benny Johnson, and then a shitstorm of publicity happened, and then Alina made this.
The accusations against the Tate brothers are stomach churning. They are disturbing. And as I will say, and I've said many times since then, that is for the court to handle. And they should handle it.
Basically, people have told me you said you're a fan or something like that.
Yeah, that was what I said was it's a great manipulation. So the Tate brothers, have a tremendous social media presence in terms of, and what we were discussing were politics in the UK. He was talking about running, and I am always passionate about people that are vocal against certain things. Now, that is very separate, I want to be very clear, than accusations of human trafficking, accusations of anything, rape, whatever the accusations are against them. You have to put that in one bucket. And that really is a very disturbing charge. Now, I don't know the status of it. I'm also a lawyer. I know better than to talk about somebody's case. But I will say, that there is no part of me that condones at all that behavior.
Dude, isn't that funny? Like, dude, she all of a sudden, the shit hit the fan after the Benny thing. Did you see how she lied, though? She said, oh, I didn't say I was a fan. Dude, what a liar. When you look at that shit back to back, dude, she is just clown buffoonery. There's some dirty shit going down with these guys, man. I want every last one of these motherfuckers in jail, bro. Every last one needs to be in jail, man. And Tate is definitely a flight risk. And man, for me, guys, I don't even care about the flight risk. You know what I care about? I am tired of these wealthy, abusive men being above the law, dude. I am tired of them being above the law. I am tired of them abusing teenage girls and then flying around on private jets laughing about how untouchable they are because some other dude who's...
Exactly. I'm tired of you weirdos supporting weirdos doing pedo shit. No. Fuck that. That's why I rock with political punk.
Abusing teenage girls and then flying around on private jets laughing about how untouchable they are. And Tate is definitely a flight risk. And man, for me, guys, I don't even care about the flight risk. You know what I care about? I am tired of these wealthy, abusive men being above the law, dude. I am tired of them being above the law. I am tired of them abusing teenage girls and then flying around on private jets laughing about how untouchable they are because some other dude who's abused teenage girls has the power to use the government to get them off. I want these guys in jail until they get extradited. I want these motherfuckers in prison, okay? And then I want Trump in prison, and I want creepy fucking Barron in prison. I want all of these guys, Lutnick, Hegseth, RFK Jr., all these fucking guys in prison, man. And I will not rest. I will not rest until they are in prison, all right? I know, dude. I know that Barron is fucking dirty, bro. Like, Trump abuses fucking women, and then you have turds like Kai Trump and Ivanka that know that this type of abusive behavior exists in their families and shit, and they're just trying to, like, capitalize and monetize. I mean, my God, dude, they're so gross, dude. They're all so gross, man. Dude. Barron. Now, we should remember, guys, I want to remind you, if we're going to talk about Barron, let us not forget this gem, guys. Let us not forget this gem of Barron. Good old Barry Bear with his Epstein rapist mother, you know, taking photographs of her. I mean, it is so creepy. These people are all so creepy, guys. They're all Epstein fucking weirdos. Okay? They're raised in it. They're raised into a culture of abuse. And let me just tell you too, guys, a lot of these people, a lot of these types of men, they are mama's boys. Okay? They are mama's boys. If you look at like Hegseth's mom, okay, Elon Musk's mom, Hegseth's mom too, she admitted that Hegseth is an abuser and horrible, but then she'll cover for him. Okay? All of these mothers of these psychopaths, they're often abused women.
I told y'all, it's a cycle. The white men is abusing the white women. And in turn, the white women watch the white children get abused as well. I've been said this shit. Pitbull, did I say this shit was a long time ago? I said this shit was a deep rabbit hole, and white women are on the bottom of the totem pole of white supremacy. White children are above white women. The white woman is on the bottom. All the pressure is on her neck. And it's fucked up because she's a woman. So that culture And y'all can go and look at your moms, go and look at your aunts, go and look at whoever you want to, whatever female in your fucking family, and you can see it. You can see it. The father chasing the fucking teenage daughter around while the mother's trying to keep her husband. And it's just a bad fucking mix.
That then enable the abuse and they allow it. They see these mollusks in their culture of abuse. They're, taking photographs of her. I mean, it is so creepy. These people are all so creepy, guys. They're all Epstein fucking weirdos. Okay? They're raised in it. They're raised into a culture of abuse. And let me just tell you too, guys, a lot of these people, a lot of these types of men, they are mama's boys. Okay? Yep. They are mama's boys. If you look at like Hegseth's mom, okay, Elon Musk's mom, Hegseth's mom too, she admitted that Hegseth is an abuser and horrible, but then she'll cover for him. Okay? All of these mothers of these psychopaths, they're often abused women that then enable the abuse and they allow it. They see their sons or their husbands being abusers and they cover for them. They fucking keep.
Bingo. Hey, we getting to something now, y'all. Smash that like button and goddamn hit the subscribe button if you know that you can come to this live stream and actually learn some shit. You can learn about some people's fucking mindset and what the hell they're going through being abused, being abusers, and being caught up in a cycle of fragility. Being caught up in a cycle of fucking lewd acts. Being caught up in a cycle where you got to watch kids get abused. Hey. The people that think they're so fucking good, this is your world. Matter of fact, you know you're not that good because if you knew you was good, you would just be good. You wouldn't have to say it. You wouldn't have to act it. People that know that they're great, they don't have to say it. They don't say it. They just do it.
That shit going. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be any Epsteins or Trumps without women like Melania and Ghislaine Maxwell and the other lieutenants that enabled this shit. Okay? It is so gross, dude.
MAGA power, a.k.a. pussy power.
It is so gross. It is just dirty, guys. Dirty.
Oh, I got a better one. Pedo power. MAGA to the rescue. Little dick energy everywhere. Because listen, if your shit wasn't little, why would you be running around messing with kids if you had a man-sized tool? It seems to me that you don't want no man-sized woman because you don't have a man-sized cock. Is that it? I mean, we know about stereotypes and shit. We know, the lighter your voice, the lighter your fucking, your anatomy. And you talk like this, dude. We know you ain't dropping nothing on no pussy. See, aura and your energy field is now what comes into play when we're talking about anatomy. You see what I'm saying? So you little high-pitched dudes, women don't find that attractive. They don't. But when you get in her head like this and be like, baby, don't do that. You don't have the power to do that. Your shit sound like this. Honey, you want to come to bed? Sweetheart. Do I look sexy? Hey, Pitbull. Honey, you want to come to bed? Macho. That not going to work. But I really want to touch on something that the streamer is saying about women and about the men that's in this whole cult, right? See, this is why, and y'all ask me one good thing about Donald Trump. The good thing about Donald Trump, one of the best things about Donald Trump, y'all ready? Hold on. He bought out all the races. He bought out all of the closet bigots, all of the closet misogynists, all of the closet rapists, all of the closet child predators. Yeah. Since y'all got the big predator in the White House, all of the little predators think that they're immune to getting caught. They think they got more power. They think that it's a chance that they could get pardoned. So now it's PDF power all across the land, and it's a great thing because your cover's blown. Your cover's blown. And even y'all that's on here protecting them and supporting them, your cover's blown too. We now know that you will overlook a child being abused to support a bigot. Shout out to you and thank you for your fucking contribution to the downfall of your dumbass self. Hit the like button.
Of men, they are mama's boys. Okay, they are mama's boys. If you look at like Hegseth, keep old Barry Bear with his Epstein rapist mother, you know, taking photographs of her. I mean, it is so creepy. These people are all.
Listen, y'all. Shout out to Critical in here. We're talking about child predators, and he's still talking about liberals. Hey, I applaud y'all for trying your hardest to fight for your side. But it's not working. It is not working. You guys look really fucking weak. And your little comedy that you trying to pull off look just like this black eye on Andrew Tate. Fuck around and find out. Hey, Pitt, we got their asses on the ropes again. You see, we're over 600 subscribers. Smash that like button and hit the subscribe button. Y'all know what it is, man. I'm about to get monetized in like 20 days. It took me 10 days to get 525 subscribers. This shit is easy. Smash that like button. When you're telling the truth and you're bringing the information to the platform, it's real easy to get monetized. It's real easy to get followers. You see what I'm saying? It's easy. I even got MAGA in here by the hundreds every day looking for a handout. And Pitbull just keep giving their asses cups of coffee to wake their dumb asses up. They don't realize that they in the sunken place when they come in here and listen to how stupid they are. I just give them the information. I'm not here to hurt nobody's feelings, but I'm here to reveal to you how fucking stupid you're thinking. I'm here to reveal to you how weak the people that you support are. I'm here to remind you that the only way you think the way you think is because you're insecure. I'm here to remind you that Barack Obama will always be superior to fucking President Trump. Always. I'm here to show you that no matter what you say, you're starting to look like a little boy. It's starting to come across as a kid on the other line. Because you ain't saying shit of substance other than the fact that you're lying. You're wrong. Trump's the best. Greatest president ever. But you don't have no facts to back that up. And there are no facts to back that up. That's just in your little weak-ass ego. Your little ego is up there dancing in your head while your fucking body is, you know, paying a whole lot more for gas, you fucking dummies. Yeah. That's why every time he walks in a room, the whole place stands on their fucking feet and applauses because he sold out America. No, he sold out you racist Americans. He sold your dumb ass out. You still mad about that though. And that's why you're so dumb that you letting a rapist wrap his arms around you, not knowing that dick about to go on your ass. You gotta watch old Trumpy Trump. while he hugging you from the back, you're getting graped. Run your mouth, nobody cares, but you're in the live stream. Man, go pet that ugly ass dog on your fucking go pet that ugly ass dog on your goddamn caption. Get out my face. You still in my chat talking about nobody's listening. Shut your dumb ass up.
So creepy, guys. They're all Epstein fucking weirdos. Okay? They're raised in it. They're raised into a culture of
Y'all see what they talking about? They talking about 2022. Gasoline was $5 in 22. Bitch, gasoline is $5 in 2026. Why are you talking about 2022 when your president got the shit jacked up right now? And this is the other thing y'all got to stop lying about. I know it's hard to not lie when you don't have no fucking facts to go on. It's really nothing else to do but lie. But the simple fact is this. When it did hit $5, we barely even knew it because it was only there for like, let's look it up. I'm going to look up how many fucking days Biden's fucking when that surge went up in gasoline, man, that shit was for like a week. It was for a fucking week. Motherfucker, this shit been going on for months. But again, like I said, I'm not gonna let y'all off the fucking hook. The bottom line is this. You're losing. You've been losing. You lost when you voted for this fucking pudding cup ankle beta boy. You want somebody that's gonna stand up and be strong. You don't want somebody that's gonna say, but they did this. I would never do that. I wouldn't take you guys to war. I'm not gonna be the president of war. I'm gonna be the president of peace. I'm gonna be with peace. And the motherfucker lied to you. But I know that y'all not concerned about lies. Y'all concerned about your ego. But your ego is what got you fucked up right now. Because he's taking advantage of all of you dumbasses. No, I call Trump pudding cups. Biden ankles don't look like pudding cups. Which president has fat ankles? Which president is unhealthy? Because Joe Biden was unhealthy, but he wasn't fucking as unhealthy as President Trump. Straight up. Smash that like button, double tap that screen. I see the subscribers going up, y'all. We about to hit 700. Matter of fact, I need 80 of y'all to subscribe right now. Subscribe right now. If you want to hear MAGA get cooked every day, all day, multiple times a day, this is the place. This is the place. Smash that like button, y'all. Let's get back to it. And let's get down to the root, because it's real important stuff that this guy says in this live stream. And it's dealing with women.
Let us not forget this gem of Barron. Good old Barry Bear with his Epstein grapist mother. You know, taking photographs of her. I mean, it is so creepy. These people are all so creepy, guys. They're all Epstein fucking weirdos. Okay? They're raised in it. They're raised into a culture.
I told y'all, Pam Bondi, I guarantee you Pam Bondi, little sweaty, ankle-biting ass, was on Epstein Island, walking around with fucking hors d'oeuvres and shit, probably serving clients or fucking weirdos. I guarantee you. Kristi Noem was over that bitch. And if they wasn't on the island, they was in those pageants. And they was subjected to these fucking older men. Weirdos. Period, point blank. Guaranteed. I guaranteed you. Why you think they so cool with just being involved with all this bullshit? Because they was groomed into it. All of them. Every last one of them bitches.
Of abuse. And let me just tell you too, guys, a lot of these people, a lot of these types of men, they are mama's boys. Okay? They are. They are mama's boys. If you look at like Hegseth's mom, okay, Elon Musk's mom, Hegseth's mom too, she admitted that Hegseth is an abuser and horrible, but then she'll cover for him, okay? All of these mothers of these psychopaths.
Dozy Donnie. Dozy late stage dementia Donnie. Captain Howdy, shout out to you in the chat, man. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We do this every day. God damn. Them subscribers going way up, y'all. They just went to from 620 to 629. Fuck it. Let's get 1,000 a day. Yeah, let's get 1,000 subscribers today. Why wait? Smash that like button, y'all. Run it up. Smash the like button and definitely subscribe to the channel. You want to hear MAGA get cooked on a daily? You want to hear Andrew Tate get his real fucking reading? Come on over here to the Open Eyes Media, where we open eyes and stop them from being shut. The shit that they cover up, we uncover. Tony 113, shout out to you in the chat. Double tap that screen. And if you got a problem with child predators, and you got a problem with rapists being in power, and you got a problem with fucking people like Andrew Tate running their fucking mouth on the internet like he's some kind of fucking wise guy, smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. This what we do. We ain't letting no children or women abuse go on without it being addressed 1,000% with the most toughest fucking scrutiny that they could fucking ever imagine. And that's what they need, because we need morality out this motherfucker. It's a bunch of people in charge that don't have no fucking morals. It's a bunch of people in charge that are sickos. And we need to fucking expose their asses just a little bit more than it's being exposed.
They're often abused women that then enable the abuse, and they allow it. They see their sons or their husbands being abusers, and they cover for them.
I told y'all. Pitbull, did I say this shit months ago? That the only way that all this shit could be going on is if the women are complicit. The mothers of these fucking rapists that's growing up being the way they are. The women groom that shit. And because the women are being abused by the fathers or been abused by the uncles or whatever the fuck is going on in the white household, it ain't what's going on in the black household. And I'm not saying that nothing's going on fucked up in the black household, because yeah, it's molestations, it's goddamn child rape. It goes on, but not at this rate, not the billionaires, not the millionaires. It might be some sick weirdo in a small area or in the projects or wherever the fuck they growing up at. But I can tell you this, it ain't to the level that we seeing right here. You might as well just, like we could just go pick some dudes of Andrew Tate's demographic and Donald Trump's demographic, and we're going to find it. Look at all of these fucking MAGA people that's getting locked up. Look at all these ICE agents that's catching fucking cases being child predators. But it's not race. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. I just showed your ass. It's race. Yeah. Neither is Charles Manson. You got to understand this. White ain't even real. It's a social construct, fuckface. White is not real. It's some shit y'all made up. So guess what? Being as though it's not real, you're not even fucking white. But you say you white. And Andrew Tate says he's white. So it don't matter what you say. And when I look at Andrew Tate, you know what I see? A white man. I wouldn't give a fuck if that bitch had on, you know what I'm saying? He could have on whatever he want to wear on cosmetically. Phenotypically, he's a white man. Wherever he goes on the planet, nobody's going to say, this guy is mixed race or this guy's this, that, and the other. Andrew Tate speaks for the white community. Andrew Tate proclaims to be white. Guess what? As dark as my skin is, if I said I was white, then that's what the fuck I am. Because white people ain't even white. Africans put white on their fucking job application. Did you know that, dummy? Yeah, my channel is exposing these sickos. They have no shame. They want Andrew Tate to be black now because he got caught up on some bullshit. Nah, bitch, he white. He white just like you. He think he got privilege. You know he not black because ain't no black man running around this bitch thinking they got privilege to a point where as though they can talk about doing shit to women and nothing gonna happen. Only a white man gonna do that. Only a white man is gonna do that. Andrew Tate's father, I would give a fuck if that motherfucker was the color of the rainbow. Andrew Tate is a white man. Andrew Tate is a white man. Obama is a black man. You know why? Because Obama proclaims to be black. And he is black. Andrew Tate could have been black if he wanted to, if his father's black, but guess what he chose to be? A white man. You can tell the rape that he's doing that he's a white man. He's living off of white privilege. I could be white if I want to. Y'all can't win over here. Y'all see how weak these motherfuckers is. No, Andrew Tate's black. But guess what? The fact that y'all want him out of jail tells me he's white. You can't win with this one. You can't sit over here and root for Andrew Tate and then tell me he's black. You know why? Because y'all ain't gonna root for no black person, you fucking dummies. You done told on yourself. No white man is gonna say, he's black, let him out. Free Andrew Tate, he's too black. You expect that to be? Oh, hell no. I done let my damn phone time out on y'all ass almost. Y'all not getting away with that. You know what color Obama's dick is? Black. You know why your wife attracted to Obama? It ain't because he got a white mother, motherfucker. Yeah, white people are the best people. Uh-huh. I ain't been downstairs. I got it. Okay. Hey, if white people was the best, you wouldn't have to say it. Happy White History Month. Oh, man, y'all funny as shit. White people are the best. White people are the best. They're the greatest in the world. White people are the best. And I ain't gonna lie. Some of y'all are some great people. The majority of you guys are awesome people. It's the little cancerous pieces of shit, the little fecal matter that's floating on top of the water, that's you guys. And I can't even say you make the white race look bad. You make yourself look bad. But they don't want to be a part of your bullshit.
Can keep that shit going. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be any Epsteins or Trumps without women like Melania using these young men and turning them into sort of willing accomplices. It's like so gross, dude. He is so gross. But I'm telling you right now, if these guys, if somebody showed up to the...
Look, they online still lying about Trump's approval rating. Bless your little heart. Bless your little heart.
These guys, and they were going to harass these guys or Epstein these guys, dude, I would not care at all. You know what I mean? If these guys got Epsteined, I would not give two shits. Dude, they can Epstein them up, down, and sideways all fucking day, bro. Dude, do it up. Film it. Seriously, screw these guys. Tate he got hammered in a boxing match, guys. He did a boxing match, and dude, he getting lit up, bro. Right? There it is. Oh! Dude, pummeled. Oh! Oh! Yes! Dude. Oh! Just fucking. His bell rung, dude. Like, seriously, dude. He was lit up. Now, what I want to know, I want to keep looking into the Barron Trump angle, because this is where it fucking gets wild, dude. Because Barron hooked him up with all of these manosphere people. Barron was deeply connected to Justin Waller. And again, I still think that this shit has something to do with that woman in the UK, right? You know that Barron is dirty. You just know it, dude. I just know that Barron is dirty. Dude, I know he is filthy, boss.
Well, now the New York Times, in a remarkable investigative report, finds that they were released from Romanian custody only after Trump administration officials intervened. An official in the White House told the Times that it was not involved in Tate's legal matters. But the Times reports that 6 days before Trump's inauguration, Andrew Tate wrote in a text, quote, "I had word from the Trump administration that they're on top of things. I've been told I'll be free soon."
Crazy.
And here is how the Tate brothers reacted when, in fact, they were freed. And they boarded their flights back to the States the very next month.
You know you are, Andrew. You know what we are? We are back. We are so back. No one has ever been more back than we just got. It's true. And we never really left. And now we're back. Never left, but we're massively back.
Dude, just think about that, guys. These guys were under major investigation in Romania, okay? For all of the shit we already saw. Abusing girls, keeping them, kidnapping, to speak with high-level Romanian government officials, and then the Tates get free of...
No, this is not fucking CNN. This is not big media. This is independent media. So guess what? Y'all could whine all y'all want. This is the fucking people speaking. This ain't got shit to do with no big news hub that's lying about every fucking thing. This is where we get to the fucking news.
House arrest, and all of a sudden they can come to the United States, and then they're on a private plane coming to the U.S. and they're hanging out with Joe Rogan and Trump and Dana White and all those guys at the UFC. Like, what in the bro?
And now their dumbasses is locked right back up. And we're happy.
Toxic, abusive. I mean, we watched the videos of them abusing women on fucking camera, talking about all this pimping shit, just admitting this shit on video. They've been, looting American youth, stealing money from young men, trying to teach them how to be pimps, how to abuse women. And the president of the fucking United States sends his lackey to a foreign country to get these guys like above the law.
I bet he won't send shit for him now. He already in too much shit. Trump now is like, fuck the Tate brothers. He ain't think about the
Romania so they can come to the U.S.
The #1 hair regrowth shampoo just dropped to its lowest price ever. If you've been wanting to try Spartan Mood...
is there an Epstein connection? Like, what the dude? I've never seen America sink that low. Like, our country is literally, you flush a toilet and we are the mold on the bottom of the fucking toilet bowl, bro.
Yeah, well, what we found was that their release from Romania was really the culmination of like years-long efforts by Andrew Tate in particular to forge very strategic alliances with prominent figures on the American right, media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, people in the Trump family, first Don Jr. and then Barron, and then eventually some of his supporters who were very public with their support and defense of him and their criticism of the Romanian criminal case.
Barron is dirty.
Into the Trump administration.
Alina Habba has talked about him. Richard Grenell, who
See, remember, guys, this is what they did. Remember, Tate started his Bruv party. Then he went on Benny Johnson with Alina Habba.
Hello, Alina.
Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice to meet you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump. You're doing more important work than me.
America, not just Trump. And I agree with everything you just said. And I think that your anger is the same that President Trump has for our country. And the time is now for us to stop being wimps. I think that's exactly the right sentiment. And I also have to say that I sympathize with you because I think you go through a lot of the same, show me the person, I'll find the crime that President Trump has gone through. And
see, this was how he got into the Trump circle. Now, Alina did take a lot of heat for that, guys. She made that video with Benny Johnson, and then a shitstorm of publicity happened, and then Alina made this.
The accusations against the Tate brothers are stomach churning. They are disturbing. And as I will say, and I've said many times since then, that is for the court to handle. And they should handle it.
Basically, people have told me you said you're a fan or something like that.
Yeah, that was what I said was it's a great manipulation. So the Tate brothers, have a tremendous social media presence in terms of, and what we were discussing were politics in the UK. He was talking about running, and I am always passionate about people that are vocal against certain things. Now, that is very separate, I want to be very clear, than accusations of human trafficking, accusations of anything, rape, whatever the accusations are against them. You have to put that in one bucket. And that really is a very disturbing charge. Now, I don't know the status of it. I'm also a lawyer. I know better than to talk about somebody's case. But I will say that there is no part of me that condones at all that behavior.
Dude, isn't that funny? Like, dude, she all of a sudden, the shit hit the fan after the Benny thing. Did you see how she lied, though? She said, I didn't say I was a fan. Dude, what a liar. When you look at that shit back to back, dude, she is just clown buffoonery. There's some dirty shit going down with these guys, man. I want every last one of these motherfuckers in jail, bro. Every last one needs to be in jail, man. And Tate is definitely a flight risk. And man, for me, guys, I don't even care about the flight risk. You know what I care about? I am tired of these wealthy, abusive men being above the law, dude. I am tired of them being above the law. I am tired of them abusing teenage girls and then flying around on private jets laughing about how untouchable they are because some other
Anybody talking about both fucking parties are compromised, you got some issues. And what you're really saying is you're fucking Republican. You know the Republicans suck, so you got to throw the Democrats in there too. And the Democrats do suck. But for you to say it and be a fucking Republican is disingenuous. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude who's abused teenage girls has the power to use the government to get them off. I want these guys in jail until they get extradited. I want these motherfuckers in prison. Okay? And then I want Trump in prison, and I want creepy fucking Barron in prison. I want all of these guys, Lutnick, Hegseth, RFK Jr., all these fucking guys in prison, man. And I will not rest. I will not rest until they are in prison, all right? I know, dude. I know that Barron is fucking dirty, bro. Like Trump abuses fucking women, and then you have turds like Kai Trump and Ivanka that know that this type of abusive behavior exists in their families and shit, and they're just trying to like capitalize and monetize. I mean, my God, dude, they're so gross, dude. They're all so gross, man. Dude. Barron. Now, we should remember, guys, I want to remind you, if we're going to talk about Barron, let us not forget this gem, guys. Let us not forget this gem of Barron. Good old Barry Bear with his Epstein rapist mother, you know, taking photographs of her. I mean, it is so creepy. These people are all so creepy, guys. They're all Epstein fucking weirdos. Okay? They're raised in it. They're raised into a culture of abuse. And let me just tell you too, guys, a lot of these people, a lot of these types of men, they are mama's boys. Okay? They are mama's boys. If you look at like Hegseth's mom, okay, Elon Musk's mom, Hegseth's mom too, she admitted that Hegseth is an abuser and horrible, but then she'll cover for him. Okay? All of these mothers of these psychopaths, they're often abused women that then enable the abuse, and they allow it. They see their sons or their husbands being abusers, and they cover for them. They fucking keep that shit going. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be any Epsteins or Trumps without women like Melania and Ghislaine Maxwell and the other lieutenants that enabled this shit. Okay? It is so gross, dude. It is so gross. It is just dirty, guys. Dirty. Yo, political punk here. I know. It's killing me. Seriously, guys, if you like what we do around here, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and turn those noties on. And I wouldn't be anywhere without the members. So if you want to hit the join button, we really appreciate that too. Thank you so much, guys. It's getting crazy out there, and I'm just really glad to not be going through this alone. All right? All right, keep your chin up. Let's go, boss. All right, fuck you. Bye-bye.
See what happens next on TikTok. Download.
All hell is breaking loose as air sirens were going off in Poland as Russia was targeting Western Ukraine, and it appeared that some of those ballistic missiles and perhaps drones could have been encroaching into Poland in the Lublin area. We know there was some massive strikes by Putin and Russia in Lviv in Western Ukraine, but in eastern Poland in the Lublin area, air sirens were going off all throughout the night. There was some conflicting reporting of ballistic missiles perhaps encroaching into Poland territory, although conflicting reports. What we do know is that there were a lot of people very worried in Poland over the fact that there could have been a Russian attack and that those attacks are moving closer to eastern Poland. Let me play for you some of this footage of these sirens all last night into the early morning that can be heard in Lublin, Poland. Let me play this for you. Here's another angle of additional location where you heard those sirens sounding in Lublin, Poland, due to a potential Russian military threat. Let's play it. Now you go a little more east, or Western Ukraine, that is. I'll share with you this insane footage from Lviv in Ukraine, where there were indeed confirmed.
I guarantee you, you don't even know what the fuck communism is. And without fucking dictation, you probably can't even spell it. But give me a definition of communism without fucking using Google, dumbass. Give me a definition of socialism, Marxism, or any other ism you motherfuckers want to throw around because it sounds good.
Massive Russian ballistic missiles and Shahed drone strikes as Ukraine and Zelensky simply lack the Patriot interceptors to be able to shoot down the ballistics from Russia. Ukraine indeed has the interceptors when it comes to drones, not the ballistic missiles. Donald Trump had previously promised that he was going to be providing these via a program with Europe where Europe would buy the interceptors. Trump didn't provide them, and the U.S. has now run very low on its interceptor stockpile as a result of the catastrophic and unlawful war in Iran. Let me show you what it looked like in Lviv in Ukraine. You can see these direct hits for yourself. Let's play it.
Dementia Joe. Yeah, you're a joke. You are a fucking joke. Oh, goddamn dementia. Dementia Don, motherfucker. DD, Dementia Don. The dummy.
More scenes from Lviv, Ukraine, Western Ukraine. Again, pretty close to the Poland border. Let me share this with you, and I'll show you some more scenes right here from Lviv, Ukraine, where there were some casualties, tragically. You can see right here, obviously. They endured a bombardment of these Russian ballistics. Here, play this clip. Now, it should be noted that Ukraine has indeed been striking hard in Russia. We've been covering here all of those direct hits on those wild berry logistic facilities. For those who don't know, wild berries is like the Amazon of Russia. They have these massive warehouses like Amazon does in the United States. And it's always been alleged that the wild berries facilities are actually being used for a lot of military production for the Russian military, for equipment, for drones, for transport, for other things. Let me share this with you. This was a direct hit over in the Penza facility. You can hear and see at night Ukraine striking hard in Penza. Play this clip. You can take a look over here, a chart of the wild berries facilities that have been destroyed in the past 2 to 3 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about of the 20, more than 50% of the wild berries logistical centers have been hit, some far worse than others. I just showed you that strike in Penza. Should also be noted, in addition to Penza, there was also a wild berries in Ryazan that was hit as well. But let me just share with you some of the other views right here in Penza, Russia, after the Ukrainian drone impact. Let's play it. And another view right here. Let's play it. Let me talk about some other Ukraine direct strikes. The Perm oil refinery became the second Russian refinery attacked by Ukrainian drones in the morning after Ryazan. That facility can process 13.1 million tons of crude annually. You can see right here this AVT-5 primary oil processing unit at Lukoil's Perm refinery on fire. I'll just play the B-roll of it after today's drone strike right here. Show you some more B-roll of what this looks like. Let me show you this pair of Ukrainian Firepoint 1, these FP1 strike drones flying over Ryazan in the morning during this attack. And remember, in Ryazan, they hit the Ryazan refinery, and they also hit a Wildberries. And just take a look at what these drones looked like heading over. Let's play it.
Сразу два, вот.
Yeah, hat tip to Special Kirsten Cat over there for the great aggregation over here. Footage of the burning wild.
Lester, just say you want him to cheat. Just say you want him to cheat, Lester. It's clear what y'all want. But he don't have the authority to do that, dumbass.
Barry's logistic hub in Ryazan. The blaze is substantial. Had not engulfed the entire 173,000 square meters, Kirsten Cat explains. But still very, very serious fire taking place. Let me share that with you so you can see it for yourself. Let's play it.
Горит склад Рязань. Привезли поставку, отгружать ее уже некуда. Написала в техподдержку.
If you've ever actually looked at the ingredient list on your dog's food, it gets pretty wild after the first ingredient. Half of it sounds like something from a chemistry textbook, and it got me different. The other thing that's really what .com order at checkout.
Berries in Penza, right? There was a wild berries in Penza, wild berries in Ryazan, and then there was the attack on the Perm facility as well. Also, a Ukrainian Shark drone located a Russian command post B-roll that occupied in the Luhansk Oblast, enabling this GBU-64 strike right here I'm about to show you. At least 18 Russian personnel were killed, including several senior officers, and dozens wounded, including Russian Colonel Stremenko Vadim Alexandrovich was killed in that operation as well.
Y'all mad?
I'll share with you over here some footage from aboard a speeding Russian military train engulfed in flames after its fuel tanker convoy was struck over there. Now, there was strikes, as I mentioned, in Lviv was hit really hard. Kyiv was hit hard. You can see right here in Kyiv a massive fire engulfing the market stalls of Pechanya Street after a strike right there. I'll show you this in the Kyiv metro area. This is what it looked like last night as Kyiv came under massive bombardment by these Russian ballistics. Let's play it. Now, it should also be noted the significance of those alarms going off, those sirens going off in Lublin. Indeed, President Zelensky was in Poland.
We can't beat him. Man, shut your dumb ass up. He the president of the United States. We don't need to fucking beat him. He beat himself, dummy.
In Lublin, where he met with the Prime Minister Donald Tusk. They discussed many bilateral issues, including the historic dialogue between the countries.
Hey y'all, some dummy in the comment section says, so what makes it a cult? You can't fix dumb. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can lead a dummy to knowledge, but you can't make him think. Go sit your stupid ass down somewhere and look up. It's a cult, dummy. Don't ask us no stupid ass questions.
They spoke about the diplomatic work going on in Washington, talked about defense cooperation and priority issues for protecting the cities and communities from brutal Russian attacks. Zelensky says anti-ballistic missiles are a key priority. We separately discussed security challenges, which unfortunately also exist for our people. It is important that Ukrainians who left their homes due to the war and found refuge in Poland feel safe. Now, one of the red flags that I've been sharing is a bit paradoxical in a way. right? Donald Trump recently appeared, but you can never go by appearances. You always have to look at conduct, not appearances, right? The appearance is that Donald Trump seemed more sympathetic to Zelensky. When Zelensky arrived, even though there was no meeting before the press, Trump had a bit of a different tone. The regime has been talking about a sanctions package against Russia, which was pushed through in the United States Senate. But you see, I've been raising a lot of red flags, and I want to discuss them with you. Very important stuff here. Number one, everything Trump touches goes to shit or dies, excuse my language. So when you have Trump and Laura Loomer and Tim Pool and all of them kind of switching sides and going from Russia to Ukraine, that intuitively raises my spidey sense, and I go, oh, what's going on? What's really going on behind the scenes? And often it's, a lot of people can have, is there? I'm asking questions, and I'm asking opinion-based questions, to be clear. Is there money interest? Is there other motivations taking place behind the scenes, or maybe just obviously in front of the scenes? But one of Donald Trump's tactics, and we talk about this in WTF America, by the way, pre-order it for October. One of his tactics is, he'll use all forms of manipulation in order to try to cause harm. And so sometimes he'll love bomb and he'll pretend I like you now, but that just is to try to draw you in and then screw you even more. So I said, okay, well, let's see what's actually happening. He may pretend that he has a better relationship with Zelensky, but ultimately that may be an effort for further manipulation in order to still hurt Zelensky. And ultimately, Trump would be fine if Zelensky and Ukraine was fully taken over by Russia. So was it part of more of an information gathering by Trump to get data from Zelensky to ultimately give to Putin? We can't, not only can we not rule that out, I think we probably, in my opinion, should rule that at the top of something, that if you let down your guard and you think Trump's helping, he could try to extract information from what's going on in the front. Tell me about this. Tell me about that. Zelensky, give me the information. And then he does one of those 90-minute talks with Putin.
Yeah, Spartan. Those are facts. And facts don't give a fuck about your feelings. Cry more, dude.
All right, here's what Zelensky told me. Here's what they told me. Here's what they told me. Here's what they told me. Lure him in and then give the info to Putin. I'm just raising that, in my opinion, as a red flag. Now, there were lots of people, too, I saw, who were very critical of some of the Democrats in the Senate who voted against a bill in the Senate that was in Lindsey Graham's honor, right, to sanction Russia. And there were a number of Democrats who voted against it. Why would you vote against it? Don't you want to sanction Russia? Well, if you actually read the legislation, one of the red flags is that it's an honorarium for Lindsey Graham. That should be a red flag right there, right? But when you actually read it, what it says is not that the sanctions against Russia are mandatory. It provides a discretionary tool for Donald Trump to impose tariffs against countries that Trump, in his discretion, claims interacts with Russia. So it's actually not mandating, as my reading of it, guaranteed sanctions against Russia. It gives Trump the discretion to make the call and for him to exercise good faith, and that he has the capability of then wielding this to impose sanctions and tariffs on other countries that he deems are non-compliant. And so it's actually giving Trump options and not a directive. And that's why some people would say, why would you hand him that? He's never going to act in good faith. And it's not, I think that all those Democrats would vote in favor of it if the law clearly said he's mandated on this date to implement these sanctions. That's my reading of it, but you may have a different reading of it. And then my theory, though, my red flags, the spidey sense, I think was validated.
Thunderbolt Hall lightning has killed grown men in one strike. I caught it with my bare hand.
yesterday in the Oval Office when Donald Trump was asked about, so are you going to give this to Zelensky? Are you going to give him the interceptor licenses that he needs? And by the way, the U.S. has depleted its interceptors in the catastrophic.
Stan Durko, shout out to you. Stan Durko says MAGA gets the most SNAP benefits. MAGA gets the most EBT. MAGA gets the most welfare. And MAGA gets the most SNAP benefits. Ooh, that's the truth.
An unlawful war against Iran. The U.S. is out of, pretty much out. We still have some, but we're very low on our interceptor stockpiles. So he doesn't want to give it to Zelensky, but nor really could he at this point because of the stockpile depletion of Patriot, PAC-3s and THAADs. But Donald Trump's like, I want Zelensky to end this war. It's important for him to end it. End the war, Zelensky. Okay, if it's that easy, don't you think he would do it? For him to end it, that means give all of Eastern Ukraine to Russia. That's what.
Hold on. Didn't Donald Trump say he would end the war in a matter of days? Any war? Didn't he say he stopped 8 wars that never fucking happened? Boy.
Putin wants. Putin says, this is our area. We get Eastern Ukraine. And so what do you mean just end the war? That's your solution for this? The great deal man who said on day one he would make peace and everything would be great. That's where he's at. Come on. Let me just show you what he says in the clip. Let's play it.
How was your meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday?
It was good.
Did you see a time scale?
No, it was good. Look, he's out doing his thing. I'd like him to end the war. So it's very simple. I get along with both. I get along with President Putin. I get along with President Zelensky. Like I told him, I want to end the war, get the war ended. Thousands of people, 25,000 people died last month. That's standard. And it's not acceptable. So I said, just end the war.
So anyway, I want to raise those flags for you, show you what's going on, give you the real-time images, because I just don't think this is getting enough coverage anywhere. And hat tip to Mac, hat tip to Kershaw, hat tip to Jay and Kiev, hat tip to all of the open source intelligent folks who just do an amazing job, which is just so needed right now. And hat tip to you. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million. Thanks for watching.
Breaking news right now, my brothers and I wrote a book. It's called WTF America. And well, doesn't that just say it all? It comes out officially this October, but you can pre-order your copy today. Just scan the QR code or click the link in the description below.
Smash that like button, y'all. Double tap that screen.
Okay, so it works really beautifully with
Federal judge just ordered that Trump hand over his tax returns, and other financial documents related to 400 of his businesses. This is in connection to the $10 billion lawsuit he filed against the BBC. Well, as it turns out, one of the things that BBC is entitled to is discovery, and specifically whether or not Trump was actually harmed. Trump is trying to say that he's harmed to the tune of $10 billion. Well, in order to prove that or disprove it, BBC needs to know his finances. My name is Dina Dahl with the Midas Touch Network. Let's get into this. Now, BBC not only just got an order demanding that Trump hand over his financial information, but they are still seeking more information like texts, and they're sending subpoenas to certain officials like Steve Bannon. We'll get into that as well. Interestingly enough, Trump v. IRS, that Judge Kathleen Williams order about really how Blanche and Trump colluded in order to basically defraud the court. Well, that was cited by the BBC in their demand that the government stay out of their request to get Trump's text. So
exactly. Anybody who thinks that Trump got a high approval rating is just, you got fucking brain damage. That's basically what it is. Your fucking mind ain't working. Or we can get into why Trump supporters always motherfucking deny, reflect, and once they start hearing the truth, they check out of the conversation. Straight up.
All of this is really heating up to really get the truth of the matter, not only what happened on January 6th, what Trump said to people about January 6th, but also about his finances. As we know, Trump famously didn't hand over his tax returns. Ironically, his tax returns were then leaked. The leak of that tax return was the basis of his also $10 billion lawsuit against the United States government, which Blanche basically then created the slush fund, which created the Judge Kathleen Williams order, which was cited in this $10 billion lawsuit. Yes, Trump likes to sue.
Hey, shout out to the chat, whether you agree with me or not. Doesn't matter. I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate your opinion. And I appreciate you contributing to this conversation, because that's what we need to be having, a conversation, not a goddamn argument. I ain't mad at no Republicans. I ain't mad at no Democrats. I remain independent, though.
People for $10 billion. Well, the UK, I guess, is a little bit outside Trump's reach. And so the BBC is willing to defend this rather than just capitulate, as we saw so many others do in a defamation lawsuit. Here, they got the judge to say specifically. Now, the judge said the reason why, and also he filed this in Miami. He filed this in Florida, despite the fact the BBC never ran their documentary in the United States. They're actually trying to dismiss.
You don't have no fucking proof. If Trump had proof, we wouldn't fucking never, he would never shut up about that shit. He don't have no fucking proof. His proof is saying, we got proof. Just like your proof is typing that you had proof. But if you had proof, where the fuck is it?
This lawsuit outright, but they say in the meantime, we are entitled to this discovery. Of course, it's also a way to incentivize Trump to dismiss the lawsuit in order to not hand over the evidence. Very good legal defense strategy on the BBC's part. This is all about a documentary, the Panorama documentary that was aired just close to the 2024 election, where they spliced his comments about his speech on January 6th. They didn't give, of course, the entire speech in the way they clipped it together. Trump said it implied that he was trying.
Somebody said in the chat, his proof is, trust me, bro.
To get them to fight more than he actually meant. And so truth is a defense, and what Trump actually meant is a defense, which is.
All right, we back. We was buffering for a second, my bad.
Is why they're trying to seek his text between certain key people. But also, according to Trump, the reason why he needs to be paid $10 billion by the BBC is he said that this caused him not just reputational damage, but financial damages to his business. His businesses are all held right now under a trust. There's 400 entities involved here. And the judge said, yes, they are asking for a lot of
First of all, we didn't make up the claims. So
information. But your claim for damages was so broad to encompass all of your businesses. You basically can't say all of my businesses were harmed and then not willing to hand over the financial records in order to determine whether or not that statement is true or not.
Well, let's debate then.
Specifically, she
I'd
says
love to debate you.
The subpoena is not disproportionate or unduly burdensome as to this litigation. The trust, this is Donald Trump's trust, argues production of its private financial.
Hey, listen. The racist right typing in Democrat with 3 Ks is not doing it. What is that supposed to mean? Is that supposed to make me think that the Democrats are more racist than the outright racist Republicans? I would say just as much. They don't want us to know, though. Y'all don't mind. And then when you by yourself, you don't want nobody to know. When you with your group, you stand with your chest out. But when you by yourself at the grocery store, you don't want nobody to know you a fucking racist Republican. You don't. It's in secrecy. Democrats want you to believe that, hey, buddy, I'm on your side. Dude, we're fucking trying to help you. That's Democrats. Republicans is online and in groups, you are who you are. But when you by your motherfucking self, you're somebody else. You don't want to be outed individually. You don't mind being part of the group, but you don't want to fucking debate a black man in the grocery store about politics. Or you don't want to voice your opinion or show your hand. Democrats will act like, hey, I like you. I'm cool with you guys. But you're not going to do that.
Ownership, income, tax, contractual, and asset information is overbroad. But the court again harkens back to the complaint, which is Trump's initial complaint, which asserts plaintiff Trump incurred damages to his, quote, brand, properties, and businesses, a broad array of damages. So this is why she says that BBC is entitled to a broad amount of financial information because, of course, Trump was so vague and broad in his complaint. But look at...
Yes, they did lie. And guess what? The Republican Party is lying about Trump's mental condition. Y'all know this man, he gone. Saying shit in the middle of sentences.
What she's saying they can get. That Trump has to hand over his private financials, his ownership structure for these 400 businesses, the income of these 400 businesses, the tax returns of these 400 businesses, contracts and assets that these 400 businesses own. A huge amount of information. This was a man who was not even willing to hand over one tax return. A huge amount of financial information that the court just ordered that he hand over. Gosh, if this is exactly how people should be defending each and every lawsuit that Trump brings against.
I'm lowering my ask to just $1 today, and here's why. This Senate race in Texas is likely going to be the most expensive and the most competitive in the country this November. Flipping this Senate seat and taking back the Senate majority will require an unprecedented amount of donations. If a historic victory in Texas is worth even just $1 to you, please chip in today.
Them. Two of my favorite products these days are the iRestore Elite and the Illumina face mask because both of them help me take care of my skin and face. My hair, these days, I have to get it done because of in-studio appearances, and that curling iron does a lot of damage. And my skin, I'm both aging and yet still breaking out. The iRestore Elixirs and Illumina about it is a patient and my couch and the iris.com. So we have here a huge win for the BBC. Imagine Trump is probably going to try to run and try to settle this in a way to save face rather than hand over these documents. But in addition, they have a right to determine what Trump's intent was on that speech. If he says that the way they edited it made it look like he said something that he didn't intend to say, then they get to explore what he actually intended to say. Well, sure enough, the government files a statement of interest trying to intervene to save Trump because some of these subpoenas had to do with people who are currently in the government. And just like the Department of Justice and the government is trying to help out. I mean, we saw them trying to intervene with the other January 6 lawsuits. They tried to substitute themselves as a defendant. They failed, but they tried to substitute themselves, saying that Trump, basically his actions at the time were presidential actions, and so they should, be substituted. But the fact is, he said it as a private person. Trump already tried to dismiss the January 6th civil lawsuit against him, brought by then Congresswoman Barbara Lee and some of the Capitol officers and others. She's a named plaintiff. She's now the Oakland mayor. That he tried to get dismissed. It's still ongoing because that rally where he said that speech was done with private.
Hold up. Sim racing, guys. We got facts. See, on this channel, we're not just gonna sit around and say you. But what we are gonna do is we're gonna hit you with some facts. The facts are blue cities and states are 80% of the country's GDP. While red states top the poorest states yearly when you maggots gonna find the fucking truth? When you maggots gonna do some research and see that your red states and your red cities is what's fucked up in the country right now. All right? Y'all want me to read that again? Blue cities and states are 80% of the country's GDP, while the red states top the goddamn charts. Yeah, the red states top the goddamn charts. And y'all ain't doing shit but fucking up. Those are the facts. Thank you, Sim Racing. Thank you, Sim Racing. Y'all see how them facts hit?
Funds. So it's a private action while was president. And so the government trying to substitute it also was not allowed because of that same reason, because this was not a presidential official action, that speech he gave that day. So here again, also, the government tried to also help Elon Musk, as we know, completely sidestep, but that unpermitted gas turbines for the data center in Memphis, the local activist and Representative Justin J. Pearson really did a good job trying to shut that down. And so, of course, the Department of Justice intervening to try to help Elon Musk. So we're seeing again, here the government trying to intervene to help.
Hold on, because my goddamn cell phone was moving. Now I'm in front of my computer. The facts are blue cities and states are 80% of this country's GDP, while red states top the poorest states yearly. When you maggots gonna find them bootstraps? That's from Sim Racing straight to you. But y'all gotta look at the facts. Why y'all not looking at the facts? Y'all know it's stats and it's numbers that can back up what we saying, right? But per capita, you gotta filter in per capita. Shut up. We ain't talking about per capita. We talking about states. Dummies.
Donald Trump, trying to say that the BBC subpoenas should not be sent. Well, Judge Kathleen Williams wrote that really strong order mid-June. We are about a month after that, and that is already getting cited and quoted. This is why it is so important to have a judge willing to follow the law, because one, not only was it in that particular case so important for her to say that they basically concluded that this really wasn't a real settlement, it wasn't really a real lawsuit because Trump controls the IRS, but it also because it becomes a precedent. And each and every time Trump tries to collude with his own government, with his own lawyers, against the interests of the American people, or in this case, against the interests of a third party, that legal precedent can be used. And that's exactly what happened in this particular case, citing Trump versus IRS. So the BBC says,
Hey, MAGA, y'all know Trump bit off more than he could fucking chew. He was doing good with just fucking around. But now you fucking with the tax people. Now you fucking with the BBC. Now you fucking with people that's bigger than you when it comes to the fucking law. You fucked up, buddy.
That, quote, the government's decision to file this statement raises grave ethical concerns on par with those that Judge William addressed in Trump versus IRS, and goes on to quote,
look, Rascal Beans know what the fuck time it is. Rascal Beans know what time it is, y'all. Rascal Beans know what's up.
Judge Kathleen Williams, that the government cannot brush those concerns away merely by asserting that plaintiff filed this lawsuit in his, quote, his personal capacity, because to do so.
Y'all hear this dumb MAGA shit? This motherfucker said, why doesn't the BBC expose their tax returns? I want to see their tax returns. Hey, guess what? Nobody gives a damn what you want to see, sir. That's not happening. And even if it was to happen, you still can't do shit to the BBC because you ain't that big. I just told y'all, they bigger than him. You can fuck around saying little shit about Obama and having your little ego off with that, if that make your little tummy feel better. But you ain't fucking with certain people.
Is to insist that this court accept a credulous exercise of divorcing President Trump's current job title from an understanding of what happened here. Trump versus IRS. So just like a powerful, just goes to show the power of a good judge and good legal decision, because already it's being used here in this case to tell the judge, hey, heads up. Basically, a judge has already decided that Trump is colluding with it. And so the government really is not an unbiased actor here. So they are the subpoenas that they're looking for, including his family members, Steve Miller and Steve Bannon. Those are crucial in order to decide whether or not Trump's actual goals were on January 6th. So the judge allowing the use of the financial records, and now whether or not the BBC is going to get access to those texts. Is Trump going to go run and try to basically get this, case taken away? It's turned out to be a nightmare for Trump because he has this order, not only financial records, but whether or not BBC can have access to texts. Stephen Miller, Steve Bannon, his family members. Again, this is something he suited as personal capacity. My name is Gina Dahl with the Midas Touch Network. If you haven't yet subscribed to the Midas Touch Network, be sure to do so. Follow the Mistrial audio podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you follow it and leave a comment, a review, it really helps the podcast. So appreciate your support, and check out the Mistrial sponsors. Really grateful for the sponsors because they don't censor what I have to say, which is not something to take lightly right now.
Want to stay plugged in?
Regina. Oh, that's not what the country says.
Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Yeah, he just didn't know he was biting off more than he could chew. He ain't think it was going this far.
It's the Washington version of I'm Rubber and You're Glue. Joining us, MS Now contributor and co-founder of Punchbowl News, Jake Sherman, co-founder of the Lincoln Project and former GOP strategist Rick Wilson, and Hofstra University law professor James Sample. Jake, what's the deal with just declaring that Democrats cheat?
Well, let me actually just correct Mike Johnson here for a second, and I guess in turn correct you. The House has not passed the Save America Act. The Save America Act that President Trump wants is a bill that includes very strict restrictions on mail-in balloting. That is not passable on the House floor. The White House understands that, at least some in the White House do. The House Republican leadership understands that. And it's not going to end up in reconciliation in any way. I don't know about any way, shape, or form. It's not going to end up in reconciliation in the form Donald Trump wants it in. It's just, that is also a fact. Now, they've been saying for years that there's all this cheating without any evidence. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I don't know. They want to seem like anything they win is completely legit. Anything Democrats win is completely nonsense. I don't know how to parse that out or make any more sense of it than it is. But this is a centerpiece of their majority, and it's going to be something that defines the last couple of months of this Congress, this fight over voting restrictions and over the Save America Act.
It's so cynical, Jake. What are you expecting come November if Republicans do lose?
Well, I expect there's two different answers to that question. There's the practical answer, which of course they're going to say there's lots of irregularities, et cetera, et cetera. We need to look into them by the time they I don't know, what the president's going to do about troops to the ballot. I have no idea. I don't have a crystal ball. I do think they'll say there's irregularities. Many of these races are expected to be close, but some of them they're going to lose resoundingly. That's number one. Number two, I think perhaps as interesting is the political question, Katie, which is the president's going to say, if only you blew up the filibuster and did what I told you to do, then we would have had a more functional majority and we probably would have won the House of Representatives or kept the House of Representatives. Of course, there's no evidence that would be true either, but the president has spent months hammering the House and Senate to pass this. They've not done so. And I think he's going to use that against them eventually.
What's happening in Michigan?
Well, in Michigan, you're seeing a combination of all three of the threads of what's going on in the Donald Trump strategy to seed the doubts about the election. In Michigan, they are going to have voting monitors, federal monitors at 3 locations. Those locations are essentially in Democratic-leaning jurisdictions. And there's not really a reason for it. There's not a substantive reason. There is a chilling effect. There is a narrative. It's all part of...
Right. He was in charge of the fucking election and the Democrats cheated.
I mean, there's sort of a 3-pronged strategy here, right? The Save America Act is prong 1, and the deliverable on that vote is the talking point. It's not going to pass. To Jake's point, they've passed different versions of it. They haven't passed this version of it.
And Mike Johnson, or is it's Johnson, right, Jake, that says that it's not necessarily the mail-in balloting stuff that they're passing. They're focused more on the core points of that bill where it's just making people show proof of citizenship to get registered, right?
Well, that's what he's saying. He said a lot, and that's not a criticism of him. He's trying to keep up. This is a treadmill, Katie, in which he's trying to basically keep up with.
Both of those motherfuckers was never Trumpers. And now all of a sudden, y'all love them. Y'all stupid.
Donald Trump, who's running at, 12 miles per hour. Trump has said he wants the Save America Act, which includes a whole host of things. The SAVE Act, a previous version, included voter ID and citizenship check. That has passed the House of Representatives. He is right on that. Now, there's another angle to this, which is the House Republican leadership has discussed a reconciliation idea of a $4 billion fund that would incentivize states to conduct voter ID checks and citizenship checks. I don't know that will.
It's one thing for the politicians to be dumb. It's a lot worse for the supporters to be even dumber.
Go anywhere. And we wrote yesterday, and I think our midday edition, that even if they did so today, and by the way, they might be able to get this in reconciliation. I'm not sure. But if they did so today, it's unlikely that states would be able to have this in place ahead of the November election. And by the way, there have been Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, who have said we're not opposed to voter ID. In a more traditional presidency, that would lead to someone saying, okay, let's get a half loaf. That sounds pretty good to me. That's not what the president did here. That's not what the Republican leadership in either chamber did here. They didn't take advantage of that moment. I don't know why. I think they should have to get some sort of win. And here we are.
James?
Well, first, if President Trump is running 12 miles an hour, that's a 5-minute mile. So I'm pretty confident that he is not running a 5-minute mile. But Jake's point is absolutely correct. And the thing that cannot be stated, we've discussed this before, but it honestly cannot be stated often enough. Voter ID is popular. Voter ID polls at 80%. This bill is not voter ID. This bill is proof of citizenship at the time of registration, meaning a passport or an original birth certificate. Let me be really clear. If you have a real ID, you can get through TSA. A real ID is not proof of citizenship under this bill. We are talking, when Jake says that it couldn't be accomplished by the time of the November election, that is the point. This would create chaos. That is the intention. The intention is to disenfranchise.
So that's what the larger point you're making, the chaos, the disenfranchisement, the voter suppression of it. I wonder, though, he doesn't pass the Save America Act, which doesn't look like it's going to pass. He can send poll monitors to Michigan, yes. But, Rick, I wonder if it backfires and it does the opposite. Instead of suppressing the vote, it motivates more people to get out there earlier and stand in longer lines to prove to him that he does not have the ability to suppress the vote by bullying.
All my friends moved to the city, and maybe they're like me, trying to build something of their own. I just never figured out how to start.
You know, Katie, I think everyone else made the point that a lot of this is about the narrative for this fall, but a bigger narrative that overwhelms, I think, a lot of Trump's scare tactics here. We're seeing it in the primary results. We're seeing it in the off-year election results. We're seeing it in every survey. Democrats are motivated to come out and vote this year. They are done. They have had enough. A lot of people who were formerly in the Republican or independent conservative camp have drifted away from Trump. They've had enough. I think your point is very well taken, that the louder Trump screams about this, the more people scan it and believe it to be a sense of panic on his part because they know what's coming at them. And I think Democrats are starting to smell some blood in the water here, and that's a good thing for them. They should feel motivated. And all the things that Trump is trying to do with the Save America Act, it's already a dead letter in the Senate. The other things he'll try to do through TSA or DHS and ICE, to intimidate people at the polls, I think that is a huge chance to backfire on them because Americans have had enough of the bullying and enough of the craziness.
There was an interview on CNN with Peter Tickton, who Donald Trump calls his childhood friend. And he said that he is pushing the president to go even farther. He wants him to push an executive order to effectively seize federal control of the upcoming midterms by declaring a national emergency based on alleged foreign interference through electronic voting machines. Can he do that, James?
No. And we've seen this come up in a number of different threads. We've also seen this with the Bill Pulte nomination at DNI and the acting Bill Pulte at DNI. Let me be clear. There are emergency powers that are granted in statutes. The two primary statutes that grant the president emergency power, the National Emergencies Act and IEPA. The National Emergency Act does not mention elections as one of the powers that Congress has delegated to the president in the event of an emergency. IEPA is the statute that was at issue in the tariff case where it didn't mention tariffs or taxes, and the Supreme Court struck it down. You know what else it doesn't mention, Katie? Elections.
Yeah.
There's no way for him to claim an emergency legally, but that doesn't mean he can't outrun the courts.
Your exasperation reminds me a little bit of this John Cornyn quote that we have here. And Jake, I'll give this to you. He said, "I marvel at the keyboard warrior geniuses and grifters who are ignorant of Senate rules and precedents, who have miraculously become experts in its arcane rules, promising the moon and
MAGA, he's talking about you dumbasses.
stars, and yet destining Republicans for failure is a very effective way to demoralize our base and elect more Democrats in the midterms." John Cornyn, God, nice to see you now that you're leaving Congress.
Let me back that up.
For him to claim an emergency legally, but that doesn't mean he can't outrun the courts.
Your exasperation reminds me a little bit of this John Cornyn quote that we have here. And Jake, I'll give this to you. He said, "I marvel at the keyboard warrior geniuses and grifters who are ignorant of Senate rules and precedents, who have miraculously
That's y'all.
become experts in its arcane rules, promising the moon and stars, and yet destining Republicans for failure is a very effective way to demoralize our base and elect more Democrats in the midterms." John Cornyn, God, nice to see you now that you're leaving Congress.
Yeah. I mean, this is the free agent syndrome that has taken over a lot of people on Capitol Hill who Donald Trump has crossed. Of course, Katie, I don't expect these people, Republican members, to be honest, when they need Donald Trump to win elections. But once they win elections, or in Cornyn's case, lose elections, they seem a little bit more free. Listen, Cornyn's not wrong here in many ways. I think that Cornyn is reflecting that there's a whole kind of class of people on X and on TV who say, well, it's so simple. The Senate should just do this. And it's like they don't understand the rules of reconciliation, what flies, what doesn't fly, what the parliamentarian's going to do, what the vote count reality in the Senate is. I mean, these are the same people who have said that the Republicans should blow up the filibuster here on Capitol Hill. We've seen this movie before. We've seen Democrats try. We've seen Republicans try. It doesn't have the votes. Now, you could argue that, Thune is being too cautious, and a lot of those people have, but Thune is, in my view, based on our reporting up here, accurately reflected the realities of the vote count, which is there is no appetite to do Save America. There is no appetite to blow up the filibuster. There is no appetite to get rid of the parliamentarians. So, I mean, X is a very different world, as we all know, than reality. And when you are up here talking to people instead of just chilling in your office somewhere, you realize that. And I don't mean to sound snide or condescending, but it's really easy to say, well, this person supports this. But if you talk to that person, you realize that they actually don't, and they don't want to be a part of it. So, X is easy. Life is hard.
Saving my mother showed who you really are. I'll help with the surgery.
Today, in Donald Trump's desperate and ongoing effort to whitewash his own story and our country's history, burnish his very tarnished image, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump and his allies have discussed pushing lawmakers to pass a resolution aimed at voiding his first-term impeachment. So that's according to people familiar with the matter, while pretending to undo Trump's record as the only American president to be impeached twice by bipartisan groups of members.
Y'all think it's going to happen 3 times? I don't know. Let's do a poll.
It served Trump's ego by way of abusing the federal government. It would carry no legal significance. There's zero precedent or procedure in the Constitution for undoing a past impeachment. But as the Wall Street Journal reports, quote, any move to attempt to erase the 2 impeachments in 2019 and 2021 would open up a debate about Trump's past.
How the hell are you going to erase an impeachment when it already happened? MAGA is dead.
Behavior in office, forcing Republican lawmakers to relitigate charges of abuse of power, obstruction of Congress, and inciting an insurrection. While overnight, Trump called for the expulsion of Congressman Jamie Raskin, lashing out at one of his biggest perceived political enemies and thorns in his side over what will almost certainly be Trump's 3rd impeachment next year, should Democrats take control of the House. I want to bring in that thorn, Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland. He's a ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee. I wonder what you make of Trump's obsession with the 2 impeachments.
Well, he's certainly having some nice.
Because Barack Obama never got impeached. He's trying to outdo Barack Obama. His whole reason for becoming president was because Barack Obama clowned his ass at that presidential dinner, and he been mad ever since because a dude clowned his ass, a dude that he despised already, clowned his ass and had him looking dumb for like 4 hours.
There are flashbacks this week to it. Of course, the easy way to avoid impeachment is to stop engaging in impeachable offenses, stop committing high crimes and misdemeanors, then you've got nothing to worry about. But look, that has been the organizing theme of his presidency outside of money making and profiteering on the backs of the American people. He wants to somehow insinuate into the national consciousness that he won the 2020 presidential election, which he lost by more than 7 million votes to Joe Biden on a vote of 306 to 232. And then, therefore, that somehow justified a mass mob violent assault on our police officers on the Capitol, storming of the Capitol, chanting "Hang Mike Pence," driving us out of the proceeding to constitute the peaceful transfer of power. He's obsessed with it because he knows he's wrong. I mean, there's some deformed core of a conscience in there that makes him return to the scene of the crime the way that the criminals always do. So there are, of course, as you say, Nicole, no provision in the Constitution for expunging an impeachment. But if they want to have a resolution saying they disagree with that vote of 232 to 197 that we had, including 10 Republicans who joined all the Democrats, they should go ahead and have a resolution and say they think that Donald Trump won the election. They think that that violent insurrection was justified. They wanted the inside political coup to transpire. And then let's get them all on record. And like, enough is enough. But remember, 60 federal and state court judgments ruled against Donald Trump uniformly that there was no electoral fraud and there was no electoral corruption. So all of this is a fantasy on his part. And the question is how deeply this rot has sunk into the consciousness of his MAGA cult members that they're actually willing to follow him off of the ledge like that.
Do you think it speaks to any premeditation of what he plans to do in November?
Follow him off the ledge. Did y'all hear that, MAGA? Huh? Does that mean anything to you? Y'all follow this man off a fucking ledge? Okay, go ahead.
Well, we have to be on our guard. He continues to try to attack voting rights organizations like the pro-democracy organization in Ohio, whose office just got raided. They continue to pass different disenfranchisement and voter suppression laws all over the country. And so, rather than have people remember that he tried to steal that election with things that the January 6th Select Committee found, like, for example, him calling up the Secretary of State of Georgia, Mr. Raffensperger, and saying, just find me 11,780 votes, that's all I want. Instead, people are thinking somehow he was cheated out of, a fantastical majority in his head. But look, they've not laid a finger on a single finding of the January 6th Select Committee, and there's not one iota of evidence that Donald Trump won that election. He lost that election soundly to Joe Biden, and that was an insurrection, which is why, his desired attorney general is out there trying to withdraw and vacate the charges against Proud Boys and Oath Keepers who were sentenced to jail for decades for engaging in seditious conspiracy, which means a conspiracy to overthrow and put down the government of the United States. But meantime, not only have they pardoned them, they want to make each one of them into a mega millionaire. And, we've heard from Enrique Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys. Well, he doesn't need the anti-weaponization fund, which has now been blocked by 2 different federal judges in which the whole country is denouncing. He said he doesn't need that because he'll get millions of dollars directly from the judgment fund, which was set up long ago, decades ago, by Congress to pay for verdicts against the United States. Not a single one of these insurrectionists has won any litigation against the government for false or malicious prosecution. It's all a complete charade and a put on.
Part of the night of testimony that you led for the January 6th Select Committee was sort of about the relationship between the extremists themselves and Trump's inner circle. And when you talk about what Enrique Tarrio has said publicly about knowing the money will come to him one way or another, what Donald Trump has said about the fund being, quote, beautiful, and what the convicted child molester that NPR reported on, telling his child sexual molestation victim to be quiet. When I get my money from the compensation fund, I'll give you some of it if you keep quiet about my crimes. I mean, what if Democrats regain control?
That's MAGA shit right there. You thought you was about to get some millions and gonna quiet your fucking victim. No. It don't happen like that. And this is a new fucking era. This is Aquarius, motherfuckers. Excuse my language. But this ain't the same as Pisces. We out of Pisces. We in Aquarius. Shit happening different.
What part of the money would you want to investigate, and how would you do that?
Well, let's start with that point you just made. There are 97 pardoned violent and other criminals who were convicted of crimes on January 6th, who've gone on to reoffend ever since Donald Trump granted them their commutation and their pardon. One of them, Andrew Paul Johnson, sexually assaulted a 12-year-old boy and a 12-year-old girl. And as you say, the months before the public knew anything formal about this, was saying, we all are going to get paid off and I'll share my money with you if you don't turn me into the police. That guy is now doing a life sentence for the crimes he committed against those kids whose lives have now been irrevocably altered by virtue of Donald Trump's decision to pardon them and commute their sentences. So we would like to look at what the effect of that mass pardon was. Remember, up until Donald Trump, all of the other presidents had looked at them case by case, whether somebody had actually expressed remorse and contrition, whether they constituted a safety risk to the public and letting them out, whether they'd paid back their fines, and whether they'd paid back the money owed to their victims. Donald Trump just wiped the slate clean. He has wiped the slate clean for more than $1 billion of restitution and fines that were owed through all of the pardons he's offered, because a lot of them are also to white-collar criminals, fraudsters, convicted fraudsters like himself, who still owed lots of money to their victims. So we're going to get into all of that. People need to see what the corruption has been and then what we can do to try to turn it around, at the same time that we're focusing on the nation that's been victimized by this corruption, as the president has done nothing to get health care to the people, but rather thrown millions of people off of their health care, done nothing to bring down inflation, but rather driven up the price of gasoline to $4.40 or $4.50 a gallon in a lot of places. So we need that forward policy agenda. At the same time, we need to expose all of the corruption.
Hey, shout out to the to the weird old MAGAs who keep talking about it was $5 under Biden, like it wasn't fucking almost $6 under Trump. And it was only like that with Biden for like a week. It was like a fucking week. It's going on fucking 3, 4, 5 motherfucking months of high-ass gas, high-ass groceries. And Biden's groceries didn't go up. Maybe a little, but not like this, man.
That has been crippling our economy.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, thank you so much for your time today. So much work ahead. We appreciate you. Heilman, just quickly on the Congressman's point about pardons. Like, if you wanted to take just a narrow slice of the bad behavior and a single pool of the bad guys Trump's associated with, you could do what the Congressman just said. You could take all the pardoned insurrectionists and really shine a light on the recidivism, the depravity of their crimes. I mean, they talked about one of the Trump insurrectionists went on to molest 2 children, is now serving a life sentence. And the money. Like, how did they know before Todd Blanche did that they were going to get paid for their crimes?
Yeah, I think that one of the things, I mean, look, this is always a challenge for you're thinking about this in the political context, shining a light from in terms of like doing ads or whatever. I think that for a lot of Democrats, the sins that Donald Trump is directly, you're sitting there, you're kind of trying to decide. You have Donald Trump, who promised throughout an entire campaign that he was going to lower prices for people and care about the economy. And now you have him on tape saying, I don't think about people's financial well-being. And I love the inflation, right? That's an ad that I think will test quite strongly when it gets put together. The ad that shines a light on some of these insurrectionists, it's not that you and I can't make the case for why that reflects badly on Donald Trump. You can, but it's not as direct, right? These are bad guys. People don't approve of the insurrectionists broadly in the country, but it's a two-part argument. Well, here are these people. We're shining a light on these people. And also Donald Trump, who's probably not in photographs with any of them, who he's not praised specifically. It's just a little bit more of a reach when you have this low-hanging fruit where on the most important issue that people care about, you have so much devastating, damaging data and video. I think a lot of people are going to choose to go with that first, with the economic argument rather than this other argument. Although I think obviously this argument on the merits, the argument about the insurrectionists, is incredibly powerful and
insane.
damning, but maybe not quite as ad friendly as some of the others.
It's just when you think about how far from anything politically normal we are. Trump pardoned someone who went on to molest 2 children.
Look, I mean,
it would stop the country in its tracks if it were anyone else.
Trump pardoned people who beat police officers with flagpoles.
Yeah.
I mean, the recidivism makes it all the more outrageous, galling, morally indefensible. But the initial pardon was indefensible. I mean, and you think about what the worst, if you shone a light on the worst behavior of the insurrectionists on that day, you don't need to get, the recidivism makes it, compounds the problem, but the initial crime of the pardon, which is to say, moral crime of it, it's one of it continues to this day to be, of the things in Trump 2.0, from the moment it happened until today, that I find most outrageous and morally disturbing, galling. The thing that makes me angriest is thinking about those pardons, and it was like that when he first issued them, and it still is today.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the?
Okay, this is what I made doing just 2.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East. The desire to create a slush fund. Reward political loyalists doesn't appear to start and stop with Donald J. Trump. Shocking new reporting by MS Now's Ken Delanian finds that embattled FBI Director Kash Patel stands accused of using more than $1 million in taxpayer funds to reward the FBI agents who went after Patel's enemies and who covered up Kash Patel's misbehavior in office, weakening our nation's chief law enforcement agency in the process. Our Ken Delanian reports this about a letter that ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jamie Raskin, sent to Kash Patel. It reads, quote, "The letter says the money went to special agents serving on his director's advisory team, which Raskin's letter describes as, quote, a curated group of agents who are willing to carry out your unlawful partisan and personal orders. It went to agents on Patel's security detail, quote, circumventing the mandatory maximum pay caps established by statute."
So Netanyahu is in the U.S. for Lindsey Graham's funeral and also to talk to Trump. And we have contradictory messages coming out about how his meeting with Trump went. So let me walk you through it here. So first we have Shael here saying the following. An incredibly tense and short meeting between Netanyahu and Trump today after Trump said about Netanyahu's efforts to pressure him to restart the war in Iran fully by presenting him intelligence, quote, "Well, I don't need Bibi to tell me that. Bibi is telling me that because he wants me to stay involved. We know exactly what's going on. But no, I heard Bibi announce that. I said, why don't you just tell it to me? Why do you have to announce it to the world?" Trump reportedly did not want this meeting at all, and he is resentful that Netanyahu got him involved in the disastrous war and will not let him end it. It was probably the shortest meeting the two had ever had, but this does not mean much in terms of Trump freeing himself from the Israeli influence. They continue to have incredible control over what the U.S. does through Rubio, Hegseth, Kushner, and Witkoff, but it is clear that Trump is unhappy with this. So that's what Shael says, okay? But then we have this. So we have Netanyahu, and he does an interview with Fox News, and he says about the meeting the following. Here we go.
You know, you met with the president today.
Yeah.
How'd that meeting go?
It was great. It was one of the best meetings that we've had. And I always hate to disappoint our would-be critics who are trying to find, cracks in our alliance. And what they find, like today, is a wall of granite, because the president is so clear. I mean, we have a common commitment. We don't want to see this fanatic regime in Tehran have nuclear weapons to threaten every American and to threaten the peace of the world and to threaten the existence of Israel. So we have a common goal, and it's going to be achieved either through diplomatic means or other means, but we're both committed to that. And that's the main headline that I would tell you from this meeting.
Now, I'll say this. I will not believe any narrative about Trump being pissed off at Netanyahu or breaking up with Netanyahu unless and until the U.S. cuts off the money and the weapons going to Israel. Because we saw this roughly 100 times with Netanyahu and Biden. You had Barack Ravid of Axios would say over and over, oh, Biden's really pissed. Oh, Biden's going to break up with Bibi. Oh, it's coming to a boiling point. It's coming to a head. And nothing ever came of it. It was a bear hug strategy, and Netanyahu got anything and everything he wanted. Okay, and now under Trump, he's getting even more of anything and everything he wanted, because at least Biden said fuck off to the Iran war. Trump was duped into doing the Iran war, and he was a willing participant. He fucking wanted to do it himself because he's a massive warmonger himself. So any narrative you hear about, oh, Trump's pissed, he's resentful, well, don't fucking buy it, because he would need to prove that through his actions. And he hasn't. If anything, he's proven he's committed to this and or totally fucking blackmailed by Mossad and Epstein. And that's held over his head until he does whatever the fuck Israel wants on every front. So that's what I would say about that. But let me continue here because I got a lot of updates for you. So we also have this. Netanyahu confirms the war on Iran will restart. Netanyahu asked Trump to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. By the way, he is smiling like a kid in a candy shop. Trump said, yes, sir. Israel's Channel 12 published details of the meeting between Netanyahu and Trump, citing a senior Israeli official. According to this Israeli network, the Israeli official, Netanyahu told Trump that there is no option other than further strikes on Iran's rebuilt nuclear facilities. Also, Trump did not raise any request for Israel to withdraw from any occupied territory. Okay, so there's that. That's a lot more believable than the other shit about, oh, they were actually, Trump's actually mad at him. All right, but how about this? This is super important. Dropsite News is reporting. Jazan shuts down. Yanbu attacked. Saudi Aramco shuts down its 400,000 barrel per day Jazan refinery in southwestern Saudi Arabia following an attack by Ansar Allah. That's the Houthis. Reuters reports, citing the consultancy IR. Okay, this is a huge deal. So as you know, the Strait of Hormuz is shut. Nothing's getting through there except what Iran wants to get through there. And of course, not allowing any allies of the U.S. to get shit through there, period. Okay, that's shut. So is Bab el-Mandeb, which is the strait that the Houthis control. And so with both of those shut, there's virtually no way to get oil out. I think there's still like maybe one other workaround that they use from time to time through Egypt. But 400,000 barrels now with Aramco being hit. Bro, I mean, every day we get worse and worse news about the state of the oil market. And the energy shock is like catastrophic. I'm still waiting. I don't know. I've read 1,000 times over that if you shut down Strait of Hormuz, if you shut down Bab el-Mandeb, and if you blow through the strategic reserve, then you're looking at like anywhere between $6 a gallon or $7 or so a gallon gasoline in the U.S., which of course has incredible consequences associated with it: recession, depression, seizing up of the economy, a real oil shock. That's sort of like we're all bracing and waiting for that to happen because, like, I don't know, how much longer do we have? I don't know. You tell me. I keep reading. It's right around the corner, and here we are, and there's even less oil getting out now through the Strait of Hormuz, through Bab el-Mandeb. You have Saudi Aramco being hit, which is like, that's crucial for the global oil market. So this is all a big deal. All right, how about this? Breaking. U.S. CENTCOM claims all of Iran's ballistic missiles were intercepted. However, there's footage and photos suggesting otherwise, while locals reported impacts. CENTCOM also claimed on July 17th that Iran strikes had not injured a single soldier in a statement denying hits on their forces in Syria. A few days later, around 100 injuries were admitted before eventually 270 injuries were reported, with 3 being killed in Jordan and 1 in Iraq. The U.S. also removed these casualties from its Iran war casualty count. So yet again, they're lying. So Iran did a sneak attack on a U.S. base, and the U.S. goes, oh, we were able to intercept anything and everything. I don't know what you're talking about. But there's evidence that some of the attacks actually got through. And here's one piece of evidence right here. You have this where you could see some sort of contact. Okay? And then there's a video here as well, 18-second video. Let's see. I'll mute it so that we don't get knocked on copyright. But here you have, I guess, attempts at intercepting the missiles. But the U.S. has lied about so much that you can't take their word, especially in the immediate aftermath of one of these attacks. They're always going to try to cover their ass, and they're always going to try to make it sound as good as possible for the domestic audience. So, big deal, sneak attack on a U.S. base. Some evidence indicates some of the attacks got through. Okay, breaking. Spokesman for Iran's armed forces, quote, the President of the United States wants to give Iran's frozen assets to companies and countries that have suffered damage in the war. From now on, we announce that any company or country that accepts this proposal will never be allowed to transit the Strait of Hormuz. In other words, if Trump is trying to use Iranian funds to, pay the Gulf Arab countries, well then we're going to permanently shut down the Strait of Hormuz to them. And so they cannot take, we will consider that theft. It's robbery. It's burglary. You're taking our shit from us. Okay, not happening. That's amazing. This is a big deal. So in every way, like every like kind of Weasley trick the U.S. tries, Iran is immediately there to be like, and if you do that, here are the consequences, right? I mean, even with the Memorandum of Understanding, the U.S. violated it by just taking a different route through the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran was like, we're not allowing that, and then they warned the ships, and then they attacked the ships. So they are not messing around. They are serious as a heart attack. When they make a deal and they say, here are the terms, they fucking mean those are the terms, and if the U.S. tries to go around it, or Israel tries to go around it, it's not happening. It's over. So, for example, Israel, part of the Memorandum of Understanding was that Israel has to pull out of Lebanon. They never pulled out of Lebanon. So Iran goes, okay, then Memorandum of Understanding is dead. And we'll attack whoever we want, whenever we want, because you guys aren't agreeing to the actual terms. You guys are violating your word. So it's all a big deal, bro. This is all a very, very big deal. That's a dire warning for Trump. Stop fucking around, is what Iran is saying here. All right, more. Midas Touch says, breaking, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia launched a joint airstrike on Iran-backed militia targets in Iraq after more than 30 IRGC-directed drone attacks over the past 72 hours per CENTCOM. The statement from CENTCOM comes just hours after Iranian strikes targeted a U.S. base in Jordan. So immediate response from the U.S. and Saudi Arabia working together, okay? And it was a joint airstrike on Shia militias who are aligned with Iran in Iraq. And I had read, this isn't verified, but I had read that it's about 20 people were either injured and or killed in this attack. So the war is still absolutely positively raging. All right, more. Ukraine attacked an Iranian ship the other day. Well, there's reporting that Ukraine actually like formally reached out to Iran and basically said like, hey, it was an accident, right? And so Ryan Rosbiani here says, Iran accepts Ukraine's surrender but demands reparations for damages. So Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi was assured by Ukrainian FM, their foreign minister, that the attack on an Iranian ship was unintentional and Ukraine seeks no escalation. Iran does not seek escalation either, but made clear any attack on our citizens or interests is unacceptable. There must be restitution for losses. So this is, again, kind of a big deal that now you have Ukraine basically saying to Iran, hey, man, we don't want that smoke. And Iran's like, hey, man, that's cool, but at least you got to pay restitution for the fact that y'all fucked up our ship. And I think they killed one person also. So, but in a sense, this is good because the way it was unfolding, it was very clear that you have the outline of a world war unfolding, right? And in the outline of the world war, you have the U.S. and Ukraine and most of Europe, and they're up against Iran and Russia and China. And, you know, I don't know about you guys, but when you have other conflicts getting roped into a different conflict, that's alarm bells to me, right? That's alarm bells to me. And make no mistake about it, I am deeply sympathetic to the Ukrainian cause. They were illegally and offensively attacked by Russia. Like, they're the victim. They're the Iran in this situation. But to the point, Iran is the one that was illegally and offensively attacked by the U.S. So to see these two things sort of married together, just, I don't know, I don't like that. And that is something to fear moving forward, because then the consequences get ever more dire. Because when you have basically a situation set up where it would be attempted direct conflict with the U.S. and Russia, that's two nuclear armed powers. Red alert is all I'll say about that. All right, let me give you some more. Iran seizes 3 oil tankers. The IRGC, 3 oil tankers that ignored our warnings and continued operating in an unsafe and illegal manner were attacked and seized. The naval force of the IRGC warns again, illegal interventions, orders, and prohibitions carried out by the U.S. military, which kills children, will not go unanswered for the ships in the region. All right, more. Reuters says, exclusive, Iran is expected to receive within weeks a first shipment out of up to 400 Chinese-made shoulder-fired air defense missile launchers as it rebuilds its defenses amid war with the United States. So this is the thing that's not being talked about nearly enough, is that it appears like Russia, but actually more importantly, China is really helping out Iran with intelligence sharing, really helping them out with weaponry, with defenses, and they appear to have very, very high-tech stuff that the U.S. was really unaware that they had. I mean, we have ballistic missiles that are now, like, you know, working around our interceptors, and the U.S. was caught flat-footed on that. So, and Iran's sort of being, China's sort of being open about the fact, like, yeah, we're helping Iran. Trump was out there going, Iran says they're not helping. China says they're not helping Iran. That's what they say. I believe them. And then China comes out the next day and goes, I don't know what you're talking about. Of course we're helping Iran. Yeah, we're on their side. So, again, wild stuff here, man. Emma Vigeland says, update to this. Oman and Iran are now sidelining Washington and talking directly about creating a toll mechanism in the Strait of Hormuz that can benefit them both, plus other Gulf states. A show of good faith by Iran. A disaster on every level for U.S. strategic interests. So let me explain what this means in simple terms. The U.S. empire and our superpower status is donezo. It's over. It's at the very least in jeopardy, but more seriously, just done. This is crazy. This is... countries that are supposed to be like under our leadership are going, fuck the U.S. We're going to work around the U.S. We don't care what the U.S. says. We don't care what they do. They're fucking us and they're tanking us and our economic prospects and our future. And so we're just going to work directly with Iran. And that means our sphere of influence is dwindling rapidly by the day because we're led by a bunch of fucking idiot baboons. So that's another huge update. And again, this is stuff you don't hear nearly enough about. All right. Again, Ryan Rosbiani says the following. Israel brags about destroying villages in Lebanon and 70% of everything in Gaza. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz, the head of the Sderot municipality, tells me he doesn't see any houses, just the coastline. We destroyed Gaza. This is a direct quote from him. What is left of Gaza today? Just under 70% of Gaza is flattened to the ground. Then he says, 24 Lebanese villages, they destroyed all the buildings. Not a house, not a mosque. All those villages were leveled, completely destroyed. This is the sort of shit that they say to each other when they're not speaking English, when they're speaking internally in Hebrew. This is the shit that they say to each other. It's that old adage, if you click translate on a Hebrew tweet, it sounds like a lost chapter of Mein Kampf. Well, yes, on all of the Israeli news shows, when they talk to each other, this is the shit they say. And they mean it. It is the most openly genocidal project we've ever seen in modern history by far, because they're proud of it and they brag about it. They boast. And we're all supposed to look at this and think this is fucking salvageable, think you can negotiate with this, think that like diplomacy is alive when you see this. No, this is bloodthirsty ethno-state terrorism is what it is. And this needs to be defeated, period. Period. Plain and simple. More. The Israeli army demolished a 120-year-old Palestinian home in the village of Nilin in the West Bank, claiming it did not have a building permit. How can Israel require a building permit for a house that was built decades before the state of Israel even existed? And here's a video of it.
You could be approved for $39 per month, full coverage auto insurance. The only catch is that you need to have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years. Drivers with 0 DUIs in the last 5 years qualify.
This. This is what they do to Gaza. They've leveled like 80% of all the houses there. And the buildings just completely and utterly destroyed, totally gone. And they're doing pogroms and mission creep in the West Bank and stealing more and more territory, slowly but surely, building new illegal settlements. And now they're also completely demolishing homes in the West Bank. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time, but now they've really put it on steroids because, the ethno-state project is growing and they're becoming more aggressive by the day because they realize nobody's going to rein us in. Nobody's going to stop us. If the U.S. continues to give us money and weapons no matter what we do, then we'll just keep going as fast as we possibly can. And that's what you're witnessing here. You're witnessing here in real time some of the worst atrocities we've ever seen. Asal Rad says, if you follow Western media, you would have no idea that this was Gaza today because they pretend nothing is happening. So this is Gaza under the ceasefire that Trump got. It was always a fake ceasefire. It was never real. Israel has continued to attack whenever they want. And you get stuff like this happening and nobody even talks about it. I'm not kidding when I say it is by far the most documented genocide in history in real time. By far. By far. And then finally, Dropsite says, Palestinian man Sheikh Farouk Ramadan, whom Israel labeled a terrorist after he defended himself during a confrontation with the armed settlers in the occupied West Bank village of Tel on Friday, was shot dead while unarmed. An analysis of 4 videos by Plus 972 magazine and local call found. The footage undercuts the army's claim that it, quote, neutralized the terrorist who carried out the shooting attack, as previously shared in a post by @IReallyHateYou account on X. Reconstructing the incident from the footage, the outlet The outlets lay out the following sequence. So they go through the entire sequence here. This is the guy who was murdered by Israel. Just another day. Just another day in Palestine. This is what happens. And it keeps happening. The warmongering is completely and utterly out of control from the U.S., from Israel. And it's only going to get worse, y'all. It's only going to get worse.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
This is democracy.
All right, y'all, we got some new absolutely catastrophic polls that just came out for MAGA, and suffice to say, he is now solidly in the 30s. In fact, I haven't seen a poll with Trump's approval 40 or above in quite a while now. I've seen like maybe 7 polls come out recently, and every one he's in the 30s. I've seen a low of 30%, maybe a high of like 39%, but let me show you this. So let's start with this one. Trump's approval rating in the new CNN poll, 34%. He's net minus 32. His disapproval is 67%. Now, let's get into some of the specifics here, though, because this is incredible. So, with independents, minus 52, a new low. White people that didn't go to college, this is his bread and butter, dog. This is like, you know, his people, hardcore, ride or die. Minus 8 with those people, minus 8. White people with a college degree, minus 26. Then you go down the line here. 18 to 34-year-olds, minus 56. 35 to 49, minus 43. 50 to 64, he's minus 10. The idea that people 50 to 64 have turned on him, this is like his fucking... I mean, that's like the Gen Xers, right? Like, those are the ones, statistically, who most support Trump. He's underwater with them. Age 65 plus, minus 14. He's even underwater with the whole demographic group of men, minus 26. So that is a catastrophic poll. How about this one? YouGov, Trump approval among independents, okay? So in October of 2018, right before that midterm election, where Democrats did great, Republicans got stomped, okay? His approval was 38% with independents. Today, July of 2026, his approval is 19%. 19%. You're almost 20 points below, dog. You're 20 points below his approval before Republicans got their cheeks clapped in 2018. They say that's 53 points down from, I guess, the high. It's a record low. Jesus fucking Christ. Net 49-point negative swing. Oh, my days, bro. Like, this stuff, I'm running out of ways to describe how disastrous this is. And we've done other segments where I show you Hispanic voters. In 2024, he almost, you know, it was like a record among Republican politicians with Hispanic voters, with young voters, with independent voters. Now, every single one of those groups has not only fled him, they've fled him and then some. He hasn't reverted to the mean. It's gotten even worse than what the mean was. Okay, how about this one? Again, CNN poll. Trump's net approval. Among independents in 2018, they had him minus 11. Now it's minus 52. White non-college, it was plus 9 in 2018. Now he's minus 8. Men were plus 8 in 2018. Now he's minus 26. This is probably even the biggest red flag for Republicans. In 2018, the midterms where Trump got destroyed, where Republicans got just humiliated, okay? Trump was plus 78 with Republicans. Right now, he's plummeted all the way down to plus 54. So even among his core groups, even among diehard Republican voters, now they're abandoning. So the cult is culting, but the cult is fewer and fewer people. That's the most important way to look at this, okay? And then also, God, this says a lot here too. In the YouGov poll, they ask, which party is more extreme? 51% say Republicans, only 42% say Democrats. And you need to understand, the entire strategy of the right in this moment is to paint Democrats as extremists, paint them as radicals, paint them as out of bounds and unacceptable. They're doing a new Red Scare, new McCarthyism. They're out there. They're communists. They say they're socialists. They're not socialists. What they actually are is communists. That's what they are, is communists. And they keep hitting them over and over and over. All the ads. They're extreme. They're communists. They want to, confiscate your private property. They want men playing in women's sports. And they have their list, their checklist they go through. They want your tax dollars to fund reassignment surgeries. And they try to hit Democrats. Extreme, 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 extreme. And the American people are listening to this and they're going, yeah, don't buy it. You know who's extreme? You're fucking extreme. You know who's extreme? The people protecting the Epstein pedophiles. They're the extremists. You know who's extreme? The people waging 8 new wars as they lie and say Trump has stopped 8 wars. Those are the extremists. You know who's extreme? The people building concentration camps that ICE is using to shove immigrants in. You know who's extreme? The people who sent 288 innocent people to CICOT in El Salvador where they were tortured and raped. That's who's extreme. You know who's extreme? The people who are doing self-dealing and corruption, the likes of which we've never seen before, where Trump has made billions of dollars since getting back in the White House, and they've allegedly, him and his cronies have profited $9 billion in insider trading just off of his illegal war that he started against Iran. You know who's extreme? You guys are. In fact, there's no other interpretation. The idea that Trump or the Republicans would be looked at as moderate is laughable at this point. They are anything but moderate. In every way, shape, and form, they've destroyed this country. I mean, we're talking 18 million people kicked off Medicaid, millions of people kicked off the SNAP program. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So you're telling people to starve. At the same time, you're allowing coal ash to be dumped in our fresh water. You're rolling back regulations when it comes to radioactivity, which is going to make people sick. You're allowing glyphosate, which is a carcinogenic pesticide, which is going to give a bunch of us cancer. I mean, you've cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels. When you look at it, who can look at that and go, oh yeah, whoever they accuse of being extreme must be extreme? Like, no, you're looking at that going, you're the extremist. Look in the fucking mirror. Look in the fucking mirror. So the whole strategy is going to fail. The whole strategy sucks. And by the way, let me be clear. This is not me saying, oh, Democrats are doing a great job. They're not. They're not fighting hard enough. They're not talking about the most important things. They're not hammering away on it. I have many criticisms of the Democrats. They're just like chilling in the cut and waiting for MAGA to self-destruct. But guess what? MAGA is self-destructing. Now, I submit to you, Democrats could be up by 6 points more than what they're up by right now if they actually fought. But make no mistake about it. This is a total rebuke of the Republican Party. This is historic. And guess what? They're plotting like a bunch of different ways to try to steal the election. They know that if they don't do that, this is going to be a blue wave that is just, it is a permanent stain on the Republican brand that's hard for them to recover from. Trump and MAGA, like very famously, when Obama was done and he left the scene, there was like a big hole in Democratic politics, and it was tough to fill that, right? Like the party really revolved around Obama. Well, guess what? Trump is that, except on steroids and human growth hormone. He's that times 100. And so when Trump's gone, the Republican Party is going to fall apart instantly. They're going to be a complete and utter mess. They have no identity. They have no, core vision. I mean, if we're being honest, the main thing that seems to be the connecting tissue between all Republicans is sadism. It's sadism. It's wanting to hurt people who don't look like them. It's wanting to hurt every minority group. Wanting to do endless war, wanting to gut the social safety net and make people feel pain. Like, that's the connecting tissue, and that's why we say this is not a political party. It's just not. I'm sorry. It's just not a political party. This is a fascist, imperialist, terrorist death cult is what the Republican Party is, and it's all catching up to them in real time. Because in the midst of all that, they can't even deliver the most basic shit for the American people. Gas prices are over $4 a gallon right now. People fucking hate that. Grocery prices are through the roof. People can't afford fucking steak. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. So which party is more extreme? Absolutely Republicans. The American people are onto it. Honestly, the gap should be way bigger than it is. It's only a 9-point difference. This shit should be fucking 60 points, right? But when you put all this together, the Republicans are in some ways sitting way worse than they were in 2018 before they got obliterated.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have some major news here at the hands of you and your law firm against the Trump administration.
Mom, I can't lend it again. Not this time. I know you're disappointed. No, me saying no doesn't make me a bad son.
Dave, how's work?
Canada is furious and it is getting its revenge on Donald Trump and his despicable regime. It's dropping the hammer and it's putting the dagger right in Donald Trump's gut. Let's talk about what's going on. The Canadian boycott crushing the American hospitality industry. You've got Canadian public opinion polls showing that the Maple MAGA that exists in Canada that tries to work with MAGA over here in the United States is now polling at some all-time lows. Take a look at Pierre Poilievre, Mr. Maple MAGA himself, the Conservative Party leader in the federal level. And then Prime Minister Carney was in Alberta neutralizing the Maple MAGA movement. Danielle Smith, who's Maple MAGA through and through, was there with him as he delivered a very impressive press conference yesterday. Disarming, charming, articulate, everything that Donald Trump and his despicable regime are not. Prime Minister Carney had Danielle Smith by his side. And to see two people up there with, Danielle Smith obviously doing everything she can to try to undermine Carney, and Carney there just so far ahead of the curve in terms of the chess moves he's making versus the MAGA checkers. It was certainly a sight to behold. Maple MAGA failing in Canada right now. Let's talk about the numbers. I'm a data geek, and the Washington Post was out with some new data that I could geek out with you. Let's talk about some economic numbers, eh? Canadians made 29.1 million trips to the United States in 2025, according to this new data published by the Washington Post. That's down 39 million from 2024. In terms of travel spending by Canadians, it declined by $2.3 billion in the United States, while climbing $2.5 billion overseas. So the United States losing out on that $2.3 to $3 billion and probably more in that travel spend by Canadians that would have went to places like Vegas and Arizona and Florida and Palm Springs and other areas that are major tourist destinations by Canadians. And Canadians said, we've had enough. A lot more travel, by the way, to Mexico. And you see Mexico standing in solidarity with Canada, while Donald Trump and his sicko, despicable regime are out there further tariffing Canada, 50% on hockey sticks, and then another 12.5% tariff, saying that Canada, Australia, the UK, the European Union can't disprove that they're involved in facilitating involuntary servitude, so thus Section 301 tariffs are needed. I mean, so utterly farcical and despicable that Trump is, of all people, making those accusations. But in any event, you have Mexico, Canada, showing that they're trading partners and they're friends. Got the ambassador over there to Canada, Carlos Joaquin. Mexico is proud to stand with Canada in times of need, just as friends and partners do. Our firefighters are highly trained, experienced, and courageous professionals. They have come not only to help combat these wildfires, but also to support the Canadian people. This is what Canada-Mexico partnership is about: solidarity, cooperation, and standing together when it matters most. Fighting fires together, standing shoulder to shoulder together, while Donald Trump was out there 2 days ago, like he always is. We don't need Mexico to trade with. We don't need Canada. We don't need Kuzma. Who the hell would negotiate Kuzma? You in 2018. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement was your update of NAFTA. But okay, sure. Let's talk about this Maple MAGA thing. Those in Canada know that Before Donald Trump was in office, Maple MAGA was likely going to control the government. Pierre Poilievre was going on all the right-wing podcasts. He was talking about taking away all the government services in Canada, dozing up Canada, woke this, woke that. Pierre Poilievre, that whiny little loser, was doing all the JD.
So Canada is making America great again. Y'all can't be this stupid.
Vance and MAGA shtick and doing that circuit, right? And then Pierre Poilievre lost his riding. He lost basically his district, but he took over somebody else's district, a safe conservative district, after he lost his own. Not only did they lose the election, and Carney went on to win and now basically have a majority government there, but Poilievre lost his own. Eventually Carney was able to get additional seats when people crossed over. But originally, but Poilievre lost his seat. And now let's take a look at Pierre Poilievre's net favorability. How's Maple MAGA doing right now? In all, he's net negative 27. Amongst men, he's net negative 19. Amongst women, he's net negative 33. Despised amongst young people, net negative 42 amongst the 18 to 34 cohort. And basically in every single province, he's underwater significantly. He is despised right there. Maple MAGA is dying in Canada. Now, I do want to share this with you as well, though, because could you ever imagine this in the United States? Like having Trump with like Newsom behind him, or a horrible example given that it's Carney and Danielle Smith of Alberta. It's like in reverse. But I mean, could you imagine though this level of articulate moral clarity, like Danielle Smith, who's there from Alberta? I mean, she's Maple MAGA. She's a Mar-a-Lago bootlicker. I mean, she's over there saying, Can I have your boot? Can I have your boot? Let me lick your boot, Don. I mean, that's Danielle Smith in Mar-a-Lago, almost quite literally. There's the secession movement in Alberta. And so Carney shows up and he's just like doing jokes. He's calling out Trump. And you've got Danielle Smith standing right there, the Maple MAGA. And let me just show you what went down here. Prime Minister Carney saying, what's so interesting right now is that everybody in the world seems that they want to do more trade with Canada right now, except the United States. Here, play this clip.
Everybody wants to do more with Canada, except the United States. Everyone wants to do more with Canada. So we're engaged in all these trade negotiations, and we're delivering them, and we're on track to have free trade access to 3 billion consumers.
Carney goes on to talk about, again, with Danielle Smith over his shoulder, right? I mean, the Vichy right there. I mean, the traitor right there over his shoulder. And Carney's just like, look, we're in a stronger position today than when the trade war began. We're creating new jobs at twice the rate of the United States. And our exports are up sharply as well. And we're on track to double over the next decade. Let's play this clip.
In Alberta, across Canada, we're strongest together. United, focused, working towards the same goals, making better lives for all our citizens. That's the approach Canada's new government has taken from the start, working with every province and territory to build our strength at home and to diversify those partnerships abroad. And as a consequence of that, even though we've got a lot more to do, we're in a stronger position today than when the trade war began. We're now creating jobs at twice the rate of the United States. Canada's non-US exports are up sharply. They're on track to double over the next decade. Foreign direct investment in Canada is at its highest level in 2 decades and running at twice the rate of our nearest G7 competitor. Canada now ranks as the most attractive country in the world for infrastructure investment, and we're just getting started.
And then he, again, in a very disarming and charming way, he says, and I think Danielle Smith over here said it's regretful, but she sees me now more than she sees her husband. Bam. Here, play this clip.
The Premier said she's think she regrets it. She's seen more of me than her husband. I'm pleased.
You know what I hate most about jeans? They might look good when you first put them on, but a few hours later you're adjusting the waistband, your thighs are uncomfortable, and you're wondering why you didn't just wear sweatpants. That's what immediately stood out to me about the perfect jean. These things actually move with you. They've got four-way stretch, they're insanely comfortable, and somehow they still look like sharp, classic denim. You can sit, bend down, squat, whatever, without feeling like your jeans are fighting back. And they're built for actual bodies with 6 different fits, waist from 26 to 52, lengths from 26 to 38, and a ton of different washes, so you could actually find the combination that works for you. And at $79.99, these are jeans you're gonna actually wanna wear, not another expensive pair collecting for $15.
Tries to push this, but Maple Midas, knows what's up right here, which is everybody knows that, these tariffs, although they're taxes on the United States, it certainly hurts. It certainly stings. It's a mutually assured destruction for trading partners in general. But you see, Carney cares about the people of Canada. Donald Trump doesn't give a crap about the people of the United States as long as he can use the tariffs to enrich himself. That's all he cares about. What I really like is that Prime Minister Carney is out there speaking with the people in Canada and letting them know about the challenges. And that if we stuck to the old ways, if Canada was a vassal state of the United States, that's unsustainable. And instead, Canada is leading a middle powers unification to create their own pole in a multipolar world, bringing the mid powers together to work, Canada, European Union, UK, Australia, bring them together for shared values, cooperation, predictability, in a world where there are these bullies. There are these bullies and these hegemons, and the mid powers unite to push back against the hegemons. And Carney describes this with people. And while I think people in Canada know that these are difficult and trying times, what they appreciate is that they have an articulate leader who's always going elbows up, who's fighting for Canada, who is doing his best, but most importantly is communicative with the people there. So here a reporter asks him, so can you say what we're getting in return for the U.S. right now in terms of trade negotiations? Listen to what he says. Here, play this clip.
Can you say what we're getting in return from the U.S. right now in terms of the trade negotiations? We have this list of things that are happening right now.
The best trade deal in the world right now. Thank you.
Next question. Question,
Then I'll show you what he says in a longer answer in just a moment. But Carney describes the following about using Alberta oil as a bargaining chip during trade negotiations with the U.S. Also kind of creating that wedge intentionally with Danielle Smith, Maple MAGA right over there. Listen to what he says. Let's play this clip.
Being a reliable supplier is important. Canadians are reliable. Canadians can be trusted. One of the things that you see in the world, we have many exports and commodities. One of the biggest commodities, arguably the best, is trust. People trust us. And so when you're a supplier of a key commodity, key service, you got to think really hard about not supplying. So that very much colors it. So look, this is incredibly diverse country, economy. We have many things we can do. First and foremost is to work towards an agreement. That's what we're going to do. But there's other things we can do if we needed to address the situation was there. And the issue you're raising that was raised previously, it's not. I don't see the value of doing. I mean, I can understand conceptually, but I don't see the value of it.
And then here's how he responds when he's asked. So your government, this is the reporter, tries to, be smart and goes, being sarcastic. Your government capitulated on the revenue split for the Gordie Howe Bridge. So why'd you capitulate? To which Prime Minister Carney says, I'm going to do a little premises surgery on your question right there. We didn't capitulate, right now. We had to open up the bridge. And the way the definition of net profit or net proceeds, we have to make back a certain amount of money. We have to make back a certain amount of expenses. Once we recoup that, then there is a profit share and a profit split. But that's a small fraction of what this overall is. And I think what Carney, he's not going to articulate it publicly, but I think what he realizes is that when there is a new administration in power and all this Trump crap is overturned and prior deals are honored, he needs to get Canada through this period, stand up, elbows up, and deal with this psycho creature in the Oval Office. Listen to what he says here. Play this clip.
Your government has capitulated on revenue splitting for Gordie Howe Bridge, digital service tax, and removing funding for American streamers. What has Canada gotten in return for these concessions?
Well, let's do a couple of things. Sorry, I'm going to do a little premise surgery for your question. Let's be clear about the bridge. The bridge, first off, the bridge is open. Bridge is open in a region, a narrow economic region that has $300 billion of economic activity that goes across land connections between the United States and largely the province of Ontario. $300 billion of economic activity. $6.5 billion cost of that bridge. A agreement that's less than 5% of that amount. Less than 5% of that amount. That is then reinvested in economic support for that economic activity to enhance that economic activity. So we put that in perspective. That's being pragmatic and moving forward. And we got a bridge that's open. We've got opportunities open. And in terms of where we are as a country, we still have the lowest tariff rate of any country on an average basis. We still have north of 80% of our trade, 85 as we speak today, but north of 80% of our trade is tariff-free with the United States. And we're engaged in discussions with them. Now, we're engaged with discussions, working to have a more permanent or more stable is a better way to put it. Nothing's permanent, but a more stable relationship, trading relationship with the U.S. That addresses issues in some of our largest industries. And that recognizes the new U.S. approach to trade. So we're starting from a strong position. I'm going to go back to one other thing and I'll head back.
The fact that people call the Trump administration a regime and nobody even questions it. Every now and then you might hear somebody say, dude, it's not a regime. It absolutely is a regime. The people don't want it. That's what a regime means, when there's leadership that the people don't agree with.
I said it, my prepared remarks. And we're stronger than we were when this started. We are stronger than when this started. We're growing jobs twice the rate of the U.S. Our FDI is twice the rate of our nearest competitor. That's the United States. It's twice the rate of the U.S. We're the best country in the world judged for infrastructure investment. We're focused on the right things: affordable housing, community, becoming an energy superpower, diversifying. Everybody wants to do more with Canada, except the United States. Everyone wants to do more with Canada. So we're engaged in all these trade negotiations, and we're delivering them, and we're on track to have free trade access to 3 billion consumers. That's what we got.
And here he talks about expanding his relations with Thailand, India, the Philippines, and all of these countries that he's had some great conversations with at the ASEAN conference. You can listen to it for yourself.
We're also creating a trading network that's the envy of the world. Canada already enjoys preferential access to 1.5 billion consumers in economies that represent 2/3 of global GDP. We just concluded a new trade agreement with the UAE that was negotiated in a record 47 days. By the end of the year, we intend to double our market access to 3 billion consumers by concluding new agreements with the ASEAN countries, with India, Thailand, and the Philippines.
And then finally, he says the following about the heroism of the Canadian firefighters, of the Canadian Armed Forces, and everybody who was working together. Here, let's play this clip.
I want to acknowledge, though, as well, the wildfire season that we're facing across Canada. It's another challenging season, and on behalf of everyone here and all Canadians, I want to recognize the heroism of our firefighters, our emergency crews, Canadian Armed Forces when they're called into action. They're all working relentlessly across this country to battle wildfires, keep Canadians safe, including the Albertans who are battling flames here in this province and who are helping their neighbors in British Columbia as we meet today. It's in moments like these, Canadians show who we are. And who we are is a people that look after each other because we know that we're stronger together.
And then let me leave you with this. This is from Harry Enton over on CNN. Here's how he describes the dynamic right now of the Canadian people and how they feel about the United States with the aggregate polling data out there. Let's play it.
Donald Trump has managed to pull a wonderful magic trick. That is, take an ally, a longtime ally like Canada, and all of a sudden Canadians, they hate the United States of America. I mean, just take a look at the net favorable rating trend line here from before it took office the second time around. It was plus 13 points. Look at that drop now. That's a nearly 50-point drop. Now Canadians have a minus 33 net favorable view of the United States, inside out, round and round, upside down. Diana Ross.
It's amazing. I mean, you think about two countries with a border, not at war, longtime allies. Have you ever seen something like that?
No.
I can't imagine there's any place in history where such
unprecedented.
So what about Trump specifically?
Yeah, talk about confidence in the United States president. You know, back when Joe Biden was president in 2024, majority of Canadians had, in fact, confidence in Joe Biden, in the U.S. president. We're talking 52%. Now look at it. Now just 20% have confidence in the president of the United States. Look at that not confident number, that percentage, from 46 to 79. We're talking 4 in 5 Canadians are not confident in the president of the United States. And that is what is driving this dislike, dare I say, hatred that Canadians have of the United States overall.
Okay, which is very troubling for Americans.
Yes.
Because this is not reciprocated. Tell me something I don't know.
It is not reciprocated. I'll tell you something you don't know. Canadians may not like the United States, but Americans still like Canada. I mean, look at the favorable views that Americans have of Canada. We're still talking 4 in 5.
And this was identified as part of the special counsel investigating Biden, this ghostwriter interview. And at first Biden was fighting it, and then there was a FOIA request, and the FOIA argument from the First American Legal, again, a legal group that's pretty closely attached at the hip to Donald Trump, is special counsel reports need to be made public. And the documents that they rely on should be made public. Never in our history do we bury special counsel reports or bury the documents. This is important stuff. I mean, we're talking about, Biden's information. What did Biden know? He's a former president, former vice president. This is lofty stuff. Let's release this stuff. Let's get this stuff out publicly. So eventually, there were some rulings against Biden in the federal courts, and Biden just ultimately said, you know what, you want the ghostwriter transcripts. You could have the ghostwriter you could have those transcripts. It's fine. It is what it is. Go have at it. House oversight, House judiciary, go have it. In the FOIA request, I withdraw any request that this not be turned over. Great. But what the MAGAs with Trump, what they didn't think through is who's hiding a special counsel report right now, the one that actually everybody wants to see. I don't really think people wake up other than in MAGA land and go, I want to see Biden's ghostwriter report. I want to see more information about the special counsel report into Biden. No, people want to see volume 2 of special counsel Jack Smith's report, a special counsel report, which Donald Trump's stooge, Judge Eileen Cannon in the Southern District of Florida, has effectively blocked. And she's like, I'm not allowing that to be produced. I'm not allowing it out. Trump's DOJ is not making it public. They worked with Judge Cannon and Trump as, you have the DOJ on one side, Trump as the defendant, former criminal defendant, Judge Cannon appointed by Trump, that triad of evil, that triad of corruption working together to all basically say, okay, we're going to agree that this report does not be, that special counsel Jack Smith's Volume 2 doesn't get reported, but there are important groups out there doing great work. We highlight a lot of them on the Midas Touch Network, on the Legal AF channel. And one group we talk about a lot is the Knights First Amendment Institute, Columbia University, which brings a lot of these cases. And they've been trying to intervene, first in Judge Cannon's
Colorado gamer. Try again. Nobody give a fuck about no damn draft. I hope they draft you. Because y'all the ones who want the war. Y'all the ones who voted for this idiot. You go fight the war, dumbass.
But Judge Cannon, is corrupt as hell. And then in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal to basically say, we need to be able to file an amicus brief to alert the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal of these shenanigans that are being done by Judge Cannon in working with the DOJ to allow the DOJ and Trump, or assume it's not Trump, whoever it is that the DOJ wants to help out as part of Trump's corruption, that they could just do these stipulations, and then FOIA has no meaning, the Freedom of Information Act has no meaning, if a stipulation can be entered into with Trump's DOJ, and Trump essentially, or any of the Trump oligarchs or anybody Trump wants to help, where they stipulate, we're not going to release the documents. Think about it in the context even of an Epstein Files case. So what if the DOJ and whoever...
Hey, Pitt, you see somebody is using the same, your same fucking picture from your goddamn icon?
The defense, Ghislaine Maxwell, enter into a stipulation, and they now say, we don't want the Epstein Files being released. And then that's used, and this is something that the DOJ is kind of doing, not in that, in saying, look, we're not going to release these cases because there's an active case. Ghislaine doesn't want to release, or this person doesn't want to release, or here Trump doesn't want to release. So the Knights First Amendment Institute, though, is citing now what's taken place by the House Republicans and as precedent or persuasive authority, some of the rulings against Biden, saying that Biden's special counsel ghostwriting stuff needs to be released. Okay, well, if Biden's special counsel, if the House Republicans say that's fair game, then what about Jack Smith's special counsel?
You see that weird shit, Pitt?
Report. That should be fair game. And whether it's through FOIA or through other means, 11th Circuit Judge Cannon doesn't have the right to bless this collusive thing between the DOJ and Trump and Walt Nauta, the former criminal defendants, to agree not to release special counsel Jack Smith too. If you're going to release Biden's special counsel reports, and special counsels are fine with Hunter and they're fine with Joe Biden, you can't just say, well, it's Donald Trump, so the special counsel doesn't apply, Judge Cannon. I want to bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel, Substack. So this attack on Biden seems to have backfired, and Biden seems to have waited for it. And then once the House made its argument, the MAGA Republicans in the House, once the Trump right-wing groups made all of the arguments, then Biden's like, okay, got it. You can have it. But guess what? You've just made all of the arguments why the special counsel report regarding Trump should be released that Judge Cannon's blocking. And 11th Circuit, this group, Knights First Amendment, look at the dynamic that's taking place. This is collusion. It's non-adversarial. 11th Circuit, you oversee this. We've got to release the special counsel report, and we should have standing just to make this argument to you where there's this collusive arrangement, a la the federal judges who intervened in the Judge Kathleen Williams case to point at the collusive arrangement when Trump sued the government for $10 billion, Harry.
Yeah, and so let's take them in turn. First, on the Knight Institute, you're completely right. People were not really aware of this whole dynamic until Judge Williams observed it in the settlement agreement case and said, you know what, I want some briefing on this. But in fact, they've been pulling the same crap anywhere and any way they can, and especially in front of Judge Cannon, who they know is the ultimate hometown ump. And all those motions have been Donald or the DOJ's unopposed motion to blah, blah, blah. Of course it's unopposed. It's collusive. They're on the same side. There is no V here. So that really has been part of it. Now, the Knight Institute, they've come in and said, and look what happened with Williams.
I don't know. I just know I noticed it a while ago.
Williams was able to, you can make, when it has to do with jurisdiction, you can make your own determination, and jurisdiction is always something that's in play. So Williams appointed some amici. They don't have standing. It doesn't matter. They made the arguments, and she accepted the arguments as she should have, because they were the accurate arguments that showed it was.
Hey, Don Fisher, that might be true for you. But I can guarantee you, for you, there is a half, it's, you thinking like that, it's at least 5,000 people to every one of you that thinks differently.
It's collusive. In the same way, as you say, the Knight Institute is saying two things. First, they're saying, please let us intervene. Cannon perversely wouldn't even let them file their brief. And then second, here's the reason why, in fact, the 11th Circuit, you should reverse Eileen.
Oh, no, I see what it is, Pitbull. You tagged Miss 977, and it looked like that person is using your icon, because I'm looking at, my shit is different than y'all's. So disregard.
Cannon, who is keeping this under wraps, this unopposed motion, notwithstanding that the interests that are supposedly being served, on the one hand, there's the public interest in having a special counsel report released, which, as you say, is what the whole scheme provides. It's the whole thing. It's how history is recorded for these things. What's on the other side? The interests of Nalta and Oliveira.
I challenge any Trumper, MAGA, or just stupid person, Republican. Can y'all come in here with some facts instead of just saying loser and you're wrong, idiot, and shit like that? We know that just means you and your feelings. That means something was said in this live stream that pissed you off. Aww, have you tried crying about it?
Whose case have been dismissed. Just that, there be things out there, even though they don't have a pending case. It's a, manifestly ridiculous calculation on Cannon's part. So it's now in front of the 11th Circuit. The Knight Institute is saying we should be permitted to intervene, but in any event, you should hear these arguments. And it's been going on for a while. We don't know the story and when we're going to be hearing from the 11th Circuit and whether they're going to say, Judge Cannon, at long last, let this thing go. I've predicted, and I think you have too, that one way or another, it's a little unclear, but one way or another, we, the country, are going to see Volume 2. But we'll see, because the only judge that has it has kept it under wraps. Okay, now back to Biden. I do think you are right that there is this dynamic. Biden is now a private citizen, and his lawyer, Amy Jeffress, is.
Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday to Dixon Mayaz. Happy 6th birthday. Happy 6th birthday, Dixon.
Brilliant, and I think without doubt is thinking of just zealously representing him. So I don't think she's saying, well, here's a little jujitsu that'll make them have to release this other report. And there was a pretty good argument before. They wanted this basically his own words. It's as if he dictated into a tape recorder as a way of kind of constructing his memoirs and the like, except there was a person there. And the Republicans have wanted this stuff because they think it'll show either one of two things. Either the point that Robert Hur made, that he is at times losing it, that's their hope, or something about knowledge or awareness of classified material, but it's never been anywhere close. At worst, there were some. He mistakenly took a couple classified things. It's not remotely in the same ballpark as Trump, but that's what they've wanted to say. Now, their argument was, this is like, you don't have a right to this as part of the report. These are Biden's own words. But I think they must have made, Ben, a strategic calculation. Let's look at the whole thing. It's really, and we'll see when it comes out, it's basically, cuts in favor of Biden, shows him by and large to be with it, as in fact he was, by and large to be honest, as he always was. So I think they've made a strategic calculation that has the collateral benefit of underscoring the hypocrisy of...
Make no mistakes about it. No president has been this fucking far in the negative when it comes to approval or disapproval. Goddamn, Trump, you breaking records,
the
man.
Republicans and saying, yes, we want that. No, not volume 2 of the Smith report. So I think it does have that practical effect, and we'll see how it sort of plays out. Again, we're waiting on the 11th Circuit, not exactly sure when and how. And, this is on top of everything else. It's got all kinds of current purchase for knowing what Trump did, for beating back on these ridiculous charges that they make promiscuously, even though they're ridiculous, that the charges against him show weaponization. The charges against him show a righteous Department of Justice bringing charges without fear or favor because he was guilty. And this coming out will be able to beat back on that. But it's got to be there for history. If by some, if they were able to shred and vaporize every copy, and so all we had is Trump's.
All you motherfuckers talk about is Joe Biden, Democrats, and yada, yada. We talking about the motherfuckers that's in office right now, fucking up right now.
Complete Orwellian, I was totally innocent and only did good things, and that's what the historical record provided. That would be a travesty. So, one way or another, the truth will out, I believe, and a big part of it will be the Jack Smith reports, and they'll fight it tooth and nail, but...
All right. Okay, I agree with you, Hedge. Cool. Big fucking deal. Biden is not the fucking president right now. You should have talked about that shit when he was in office. Why didn't you say shit about it when he was in office? Since he did some shit. How come it was no big deal until somebody got on Trump ass? We could play the same game. You wasn't worried about it when Biden was in office, was you? I didn't hear y'all complaining about Biden taking this, that, and the other, whatever the fuck he did. Don't bring it up when motherfuckers on Trump ass. That's like a fucking kid game. Biden was unaware that he had classified documents. I don't even know if that's true. And he returned those documents immediately. Trump knew he had classified documents and refused to return them after being asked to multiple times. That's a big fucking difference. Thank you for that, Titan. Titan Brew. Shout out to the Titans. If you know, you know. Biden was unaware that he had classified documents and returned those documents immediately. Do you see the difference in that? Hedge. Now, what about those facts, Hedge? Trump refused to return the goddamn documents. Biden returned them. Yeah, Hedge gone, y'all. Just like they always do. Just like they always do. When MAGA is confronted with the truth, man, they check out.
We're gonna understand Jack Smith's case. And one final little point is the ridiculous Jim Jordan submission We'll see. You may find the DOJ a little bit skittish, because if they bring those charges, I think that Jack Smith might be able to leverage them to say, I need volume 2 of the report to show that, to defend myself. And that, if that had to give way, then it would be another way that they would not have thought this through and wind up revealing volume 2. So that's a whole nother little wrinkle to the Jack Smith, Jim Jordan referral.
Everybody subscribe to Harry Litman's YouTube channel. It's called Talking Feds. So after this video
Look, y'all, Head said I'm here. You heard what the fuck I said, though. You heard me say the facts. And the facts are that Biden returned the fucking files and Trump refused to. Is a big difference. That's why he needs to get prosecuted for that shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Man, you know everything. You YouTube motherfucking detectives know every fucking thing. And maybe he did. Either fucking way. If it was something wrong with whatever anybody did, it would have got taken up in the court of fucking law. You dodging what we talking about, though. You dodging the fact that Trump kept the files and refused to bring them motherfuckers back. Biden returned them.
Includes, search Talking Feds on YouTube. Say hi to Harry Litman for me right there. And in the comments, say WTF America, Harry, for the Midas Touch book that comes out in October. Harry, thank you so much. Everybody, thank you for watching. Appreciate
Trump also paid E.G. and Carroll.
you. Love doing these videos with Harry. Subscribe here. More importantly, subscribe to Harry Litman's YouTube channel. Thanks, Harry.
Likewise, Ben. Always a pleasure.
Before you go, our book, WTF America, is available for pre-order now. It's the story of how we got here and how we fight our way back. To pre-order, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Let's do this.
Welcome to Frozen Barbecue. Please remain calm and hungry. Customer patience.
Okay, tonight, Donald Trump is in a full freaking spiral, even by his standards. Because the United States is conducting a new round of airstrikes in Iran as Donald Trump plunges the country deeper into a war he has no idea how to get out of. A key vote planned for tomorrow on Trump's nominee for Attorney General has been officially.
A Ronster. It's already fucking been proven that Trump's core base is the white uneducated. You can't make a spin off a spin, motherfucker. Sorry, it don't work that way.
Postponed because Republican senators haven't been properly assured that his slush fund is dead for good. And Trump is now openly feuding with the Senate Majority Leader, who just clapped back at Trump for using a, quote, different...
Top 6 states for the uneducated are red states. Top 6 states. The hillbilly states, the 3 teeth per family motherfucking states. 3 teeth a person families. You know what I'm saying? Very uneducated.
Form of math. I love that kind of trolling. It's amazing. On the votes, of course, required to pass his voter suppression bill that he is completely obsessed with. Now, Donald Trump is once again losing control of key Republicans in Congress. Clearly, he is once again losing control of his war of choice with Iran, and it's all happening at the same time that he is losing control of his base. I mean, do you remember 10 years ago when Trump started to win the first Republican primaries? There was one group of voters he decided to acknowledge in the most insulting way possible.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
How about they say that shit right while we talking about it? I love the poorly uneducated. You MAGA.
Way possible.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated. The man has such a way with words.
With poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
Most insulting way possible.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
Hey, Pitt.
He loves the poorly educated.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated. The man.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated. The man has such a way with words.
Listen, somebody just said he's talking about the evil left. We won with poorly educated. The fucking dummies of the country. And he loves you. Hey, that timing couldn't have been better, could it, Pitt? Hey, Rock James, the timing couldn't have been better than that. Norbert, that fucking timing was perfect. That's how you know we in Aquarius.
Now what
educated? I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
Smart people don't like me. Yeah, bitch. Because we know what the fuck you are.
He loves the poorly educated.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated. The man has such a...
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
All right, I'ma stop, y'all. 'Cause y'all leaving. Look at the numbers, y'all. I'ma stop. Come on, let's talk about politics.
Let's talk about poorly educated. The man has such a way with words.
Play nice.
Now, what I think Trump was trying to brag...
MAGA, I'm gonna play nice. Come on, let's act like you smart. Let's go. Let's get back to smart shit.
About there was his performance with voters who did not have a college degree. And despite the pejorative way he chose to describe them, win the first Republican and it's all happening this completely obsessed with. Now, Donald Trump is once again losing control of key Republicans in Congress. Clearly, do you remember?
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
Psych.
Join the world's #1 RPG game.
We'll be right back after these
Download
messages.
He loves the poorly educated. The man has such...
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
Hey, y'all see how that shit worked? They hard ass, didn't they? I'm sorry, MAGA. I'm sorry. I saw the numbers going back up, and I figured I would pull y'all leg a little bit. I'm sorry. Don't. Let me have some fun, man. See, it's right back to where I was at. You know what I'm saying?
The most insulting way possible.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
All right.
He loves the poorly educated. The man has such a way with words. Now, what I think Trump was trying to brag about there was his performance with voters who did not have a college degree. And despite the pejorative way he chose to describe them, those voters would end up being key to his electoral victories going forward for quite some time, especially non-college educated white voters. I mean, Trump really overperformed with them. End up being key to his electoral victories going forward for quite some time, especially non-college educated white voters. I I mean, Trump really overperformed with them. In 2016, he won 6 electoral victories going forward for quite some time, especially non-college educated white voters. I mean, Trump really overperformed with them. In 2016, he won 66%.
Smart people don't like me. They don't like my unpresidential voice. You hear that? Somalians. And she's freaking out. She's freaking out. That's the most unpresidential fucking voice I ever heard in my life. The Iranians gave me 8 boats of oil. It's a present. 8 boats.
Of non-college educated white voters. In 2020, he won 67% of them, and in 2024, he won 66% of them. Non-college educated white voters have always been a key part of Trump's voting constituency. That's probably in 2024, he won 66% of them. Non-college educated white voters have always been a key part of Trump's voting constituency. That's
y'all mad? Calls his opinion fact. Bitch, this ain't no opinion. These are facts. His core base, you think they can't tally up who the fuck voted for Trump? His core base. See, that's how fucking dumb you are. And I hate it for you that you're not educated or smart enough or sharp enough thinker to understand and comprehend what's going on. It's actually amusing, and it's really, really entertaining for us to be able to sit there and call somebody dumb, and then they prove that they're dumb. You know? And it may not be that you're dumb. It may that it's just you're uneducated. And maybe if you got a little bit more educated, I don't even think education would help you though. Because you went to the same school as the people that's not thinking like you. And they're okay. But some kind of way your lead paint, slow bus, whatever, it just ain't happening for you upstairs in the thinking area. You got to get a little bit sharper on your toes with your thinking. Y'all thinking like cavemen. I wonder why. You got to think, you got to be sharp. You got to be sharper than that. Oh, you got to be sharper than that. Wake the fuck up.
And in 2024,
hey, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead a fool to knowledge, but you can't make them think. God damn. You got to think sharper than that.
he won 66% of them. Non-college educated white voters have always been a key part of Trump's voting constituency. That's probably why everybody's so obsessed about talking about this voting bloc all the time. Which is why the latest polling on Trump's approval rating should be freaking people out over at the White House. Because according to a new CNN poll just released today, Trump is underwater with white voters without a college degree. And for the first time ever, that deficit is outside the margin of error. That is a huge freaking deal. Democrats haven't won a majority of white voters without a college degree since Jimmy Carter in 1976. And now Trump is losing that key demographic by 8 points. It is part of the reason Trump's overall disapproval rating in that poll is at 66%, the worst disapproval rating he's ever received in that poll across both of his terms. And there's one particular question in this poll that I think goes a very long way toward explaining why Trump is so unpopular right now.
Trump and MAGA has been a huge disappointment. And everybody, I don't give a fuck, you can go on Fox and they'll tell you that he's not popular right now. But y'all, Fox lying now. I know. We know Fox is no good, even though Fox was holding your nuts for the longest time. But now Fox can't even back up the bullshit that's going on with the president. So, y'all turned y'all back on Fox now. It's a common play. It's funny. Hilarious. Everybody knows what MAGA gonna do. Everybody know the MAGA play.
Once you say, forget MAGA, the ship going down, I'm out of here, they never mess with you anyway.
Does Donald Trump have the right priorities for this country? And as you can see on your screen there, only 27% of Americans think Trump's priorities are right. Well, a full 73% of Americans think Trump does not.
But did you get decency? You voted for decency. I got you. But did you get decency, you dumbass? You talking about what Americans voted for. We're past that, stupid ass. Nobody's saying that, we mad about the election. We're laughing at you stupid asses because you voted for this shit and it's happening to you and me. It's not just happening to me, dum-dum. It's happening to you too. All you dummies. And nobody that's in the country is saying that it's a good time right now. Even y'all lying dummies. Y'all can lie all y'all want. We all sitting right here witnessing the same shit. Your ego has got you wanting to say, I'm okay, I'm all right. The gas not that high. I'm rich. I have money. You must be poor. No, you must be fucking dumb. You must be slipping in the mind. You must be just a straight bootlicker with the whole thing on your tonsils. You must be a catcher. You must take the whole fucking enchilada in your mouth. God damn. You sad. You gotta be sad to vote against your own best interest and act like you happy about it. You gotta be sad to have somebody who can't save his fucking self make you think he can save you. With the SAVE Act. Save America. Save racism. Save the Confederacy. The South should rise again. The South. The South should rise again. Fuck that shit. Call it what it is. Call it what it is. The South should rise again. Fuck the South. Yeah, that's what it is.
Have the right priorities, that he hasn't paid attention to the country's most important problems. He's a whopping 46 points underwater on this issue. And it doesn't exactly take a seasoned political mind or strategist to figure out why. I mean, just consider what the man has prioritized since becoming president. There's his hyper-focus on various DC construction projects, from his ballroom to his arch to the reflection pool. I mean, it seems like every day we get a new one of these weird-looking projects, often in various shades of gold, that he's rolling out, that he's super focused and obsessed about. And just...
I got 3 teeth in my mouth. It's banjo time. It's banjo time. The South should rise again. That shit dead. Done. I don't give a fuck how many bow ties you put on it and try to put little masks on your little sad ass faces. It's not gonna work. It wasn't never gonna work. And it ain't supposed to work. Man, shut up. You ain't talking about nothing. You just a nut hugger.
Today, Trump unveiled another one. The renovation of Washington Dulles International Airport, which he has apparently been focusing on for months.
Look, the Dems. I'm going to start saying the whites. No, I'm not, because it ain't all. The racists. There we go.
All right, that's a better description of y'all motherfuckers. The racists. There we go. I need a better word than racist, though. Somebody give me a better word. Bootlickers, that's their word. They can have that. I need a better word than the R word. We can call it the R word. We need a better word than that, y'all. We need a better fucking word. Smash that like button, though, y'all. Subscribe to the channel. We cooking MAGA every day, on time. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But we giving them a serving of medicine before we cook their ass. Okay? Twat waffle. God damn. Maggots. That's a good one. If you plead the fifth, you're automatically guilty. Facts. 2.0. Double tap that screen, y'all. I hope we had 100 likes by now. Banjo time! I gotta get me some fucking banjo sound effects. Let me see if I can find some old banjo sound effects. Hey, y'all, do we got 100 likes yet? Talk to me now. Damn. 218 likes? All right. We doing damn well. I guess smash that like button if you just got in here. Fuck it. Go ahead, man. Smash the like button. We on our way to 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs. I think we got to be at least at like 700 by now. How many subs we at? I can't see a damn thing.
And according to CBS News, hefty tabletop models were taken back and forth to the White House multiple times for the president's perusal and his edits to plans for the terminal transport buses parking.
So we do got 700? We should.
Location, baggage handling system, underground trains, and general airport aesthetic. He's really in the weeds on this one. In other words, Trump has spent the last several months taking time out of his day as president to micromanage an airport renovation.
Welcome to Frozen Barbecue. Please remain calm and hungry.
Damn, Trump pleaded the fifth how many fucking times? Yeah, and Trump pleaded the fifth 440 times during one deposition in August of 2022. Guilty? That's what I'm saying about that.
And it's hardly the only ridiculous Trump priority we've learned about in the past week. Today, we learned that Trump is seeking another $10 million of taxpayer money to pay for his bungled freedom.
Hey, y'all, we need 8 subs to get to 700, man. Let's go. Let's put that work in. If you've been here, you like the live stream, even if you don't agree with what I'm saying, at least you can come here and say what the hell you want to say, and we ain't going to put you out. This ain't about putting people out. This is about, having a debate, coming to a conclusion, bringing some truths, killing some lies. So if this is the type of live stream you like and you know some people that would like this, share and subscribe. Get it out there. The more of us that talk, the better we can understand. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I understand that some people will never going to change. And I also understand that there's some people in the live stream that's not in the comment section, that's being quiet, that's hearing some shit that's making sense. I can guarantee you that. But then you're going to have the ones that come in here who we can look at your comments based on what you're saying and know that you're not trying to resolve shit. You already got your mind made up. Your brain is cemented on dumb shit. And we can't help you. But
What we can use you for is so that somebody else can see your mental state and see your bullshit comments and say, damn, I don't want to fucking be like that. Damn, do I sound like that? Damn, what the fuck have I done? I done lost friends, family, and good people fucking with this stupid ass rhetoric. And don't get me twisted. I hear and see shit that Democrats say. It's just that Democrats ain't out this motherfucker online running around in the opposing team's chat, or just not a pro MAGA chat or a pro politics chat, and y'all sitting in here for hours and hours and hours a day, and I love it. Because all that let me know is you're not sure about nothing. You act like you think. You on a script. Somebody telling you what to say, what to think, how to think, what to say in the chat. Copy and paste this bullshit and put it in every chat you go in that's talking negatively about the Trump administration. We know that y'all in little club room discords and shit. Revenge of the Nerds fucking cyber meeting and telling each other, ooh, dudes, we're in trouble. Trump is gonna save us. Just stand fast. Hold your head, guys. We're not gonna let them take this from us. Man, you fucking 100 years late, motherfucker. Sorry, y'all should have been doing this shit 100 years ago. Yeah, 100 years ago. And it still wouldn't have did shit. But you would have had a better fucking chance, or it at least looked like a better chance. But 100 years ago, you wasn't thinking about this. You thought you was top crust and you're bottom crust. For the way you think. And ain't got nothing to do with who or what the fuck you are. But you got low level thinking. Because it's clear, all of y'all is cool with cheating to stay in power. Maggots or MAGA. If you don't give a damn about cheating to stay in power, type 1 in the chat right now. If you think Trump could win fair and square, I don't even know why the fuck I said that. Because that's already been proven that he ain't doing shit fair and square with the gerrymandering, and everybody can see the gerrymandering is cheating. So, I'm going to give y'all ass one option. MAGA, in the chat right now, if you don't give a damn about cheating to stay in power, type 1 in the comment section right now. I'm trying to see something. Even though we already know y'all don't give a fuck about cheating if it means you stay in power. The SAVE Act done. There's no way that shit passing. The SAVE Act, you ain't even got to talk about that no more. If you don't give a damn about cheating, in the goddamn comment section right now, type a 1. Be bold. Be MAGA. Be dickheads like y'all been. Excuse my language. Type 1 in the chat, you sorry ass motherfuckers. Yeah, I know. See? That's what I can't respect about y'all. Y'all big time bigots. But y'all scared to stand on it. Y'all scared to type nigga in this chat right now. You'll type bigger, jigger, ligger, cligger, wigger, nigger. No, you're not going to type that. You'll type migger with an M. But that shit can't hurt me because y'all bigger niggas than me. Y'all the new niggas. Holy shit. Right, yeah, they'll put a ninja sign up. Hey, Pitt. Ninjas. And we made that shit up. Everything, like, they can't even leave our fucking culture alone, Pitt. I'm talking about racist people. And it ain't just white people that's racist, y'all. Let's get that straight. Asians, Latinos. I don't want to just not be an equal opportunist person that call a motherfucker out. I'm calling out everybody. It ain't just one particular people. Y'all know that.
250 4th of July celebration. That news comes as he is preparing to host another Freedom 250 event next month, a Grand Prix track race around the National Mall, just what struggling Americans need. Another very special sporting event here in the nation's capital for the very special boy to celebrate him. And
is that a man saying I like Snickers? That's borderline suspect, Jack. Now, if you're a woman, I bet you do. No, that's a dude. I don't know what you're talking about with that one, buddy. But okay. Danes against Swedes. MAGA sad as fuck. Hey, Rock James, that shit is very sad. And it's all based on insecurity, man. It's all based on insecurity. You know where I'm going to take them to? I know where I'm going to take y'all to. Let me take you sad ass MAGAs.
Policy priorities aren't really any better. I mean, apart from his unpopular war in Iran and his unpopular trade war, Trump's administration has been primarily focused on things like, putting disclaimers outside the Smithsonian's American History Museum. It's the solution hour, y'all. To warn people that this history they're about to see.
It's the solution hour. Okay? The solution hour. Don't get mad, okay?
I did something after that sounds really, really simple, but was profoundly life-altering and changing for me, which is I diversified my news and information sources. And after I did that, I slowly started to realize that there was not a they coming after us. There was not a they trying to take our guns. There was not a they trying to indoctrinate our children into transgender ideology in the schools.
Y'all getting this, MAGA? Huh? This a big boy MAGA dude. Y'all some little shoehorn MAGAs. Y'all ain't really doing nothing. Y'all ain't in the mix. Y'all ain't in the mainstream. Because if you was in the mainstream, your ass, y'all low tier MAGA. That's why they got y'all in our chats and shit. Trying to be nosy.
There was not a they trying to replace white people with brown people and foreigners. I did something after that sound.
Part of it was the what I mentioned earlier about the Podesta emails. That was a big one, because that I think, if I remember right, like those came out just before the election in 2016, and then to see that nothing came of it, I felt kind of duped. And I felt dumb for having fallen for it, so there was a degree of shame that went with that. I think I also have had a number of bad church experiences where the church was being led by
a fruitcake,
kind of like high control authoritarian type person, like almost like cult of personality. And I was like, this is starting to feel very, very familiar to me. When I'm in it, because I kind of grew up in that environment, so it feels normal. It feels like I'm just swimming in the lake. But I've had enough adult experiences where I saw it for what it was and what was happening. And I'm like, this is all kind of falling into that bucket again. And I'm like, how am I doing this again? Like for like the third or fourth time. And that was another big point at which I was like, okay, I'm quite literally it for myself. Like I'm just repeating the same thing and expecting a different result. So that was a big impact. Part of it was the what I mentioned earlier about the Podesta emails. That was a big one, because that I think, if I remember right, like those came out just before the election in 2016. And
no, you can't.
Why?
Nah, you're like my niece.
One of the leitmotifs across all.
No, you can't.
Why?
Nah, you're like my niece. No, open the door, girl. Open the door, bro.
Why?
You're like my niece, Naughty.
I like you.
No. You like my niece. I can't. No.
I seen this shit, but it wasn't, they reacting this shit. This was a black dude with a black girl.
No, open the door. No. You can't.
Yeah,
one of the leitmotifs across all of our stories, which I really encourage people to read. Brian, your story, our other leaders at Leaving MAGA.
No.
MAGA, y'all don't like that, do y'all?
Why?
Nah, you're like my niece. No, open the door, girl. Open the door, bro.
Why?
You're like my niece, Naughty.
I like you.
No. You like my niece.
He said Naughty. You know her name ain't no damn Naughty.
One of the leitmotifs across all of our stories, which I really encourage people to read. Brian, your story, our other leaders.
Y'all see these healed MAGA men? They look relaxed. They look not uptight. Dude on the bottom look a little sus. But don't you want to be here? Huh? Come on, MAGA. Don't you want to give the bullshit up, MAGA? Don't you wanna?
Leaders at leavingmaga.org is that one of the pivotal moments for so many of us, including for myself, was when we started to diversify our news and information sources. You know, I did that in the summer of 2021 after my governor, Ron DeSantis, platformed COVID anti-vaxxers at a press conference. And it really shocked and confused me why he did that, because kids were getting sick from COVID at that time, if we remember. And I had two small kids. And so as a result of that, I started to expand my information aperture. I started to consume media that was not just right-wing. One of the leitmotifs across all of our stories, which I...
Oh, you still worry about Obama, who was better president, better received, better loved, better looking, better president, a better fucking husband, brother, son, anything that you could be in the world, he's better, except a PDF. He's not a better PDF than him. And he's not a better misogynist, or he's not a better grapist. No, he's not that good. But anything that's honorable, like the Nobel Peace Prize. No, I'm talking about like so many prestigious awards and stuff like that your president will never get, because his voice is like this, and that voice would never get no awards. That voice don't even sound good. It's annoying as fuck. That voice is not what the fuck you want to hear. At no point in time in your life, you know some bullshit and lies is coming right behind it. Because if I talk like this,
I must be hiding something. Whack as fuck.
Really encourage people to read, Brian, your story, our other leaders at leavingmaga.org, is that one of the pivotal moments for so many of us, including me, including for myself, was when we started to diversify our news and information sources. You know, I did that in the summer of 2021 after my governor, Ron DeSantis, platform.
And the more I got in, the more I started to read and learn and talk and listen, and the more I realized that MAGA was the antithesis of that. It's an incredibly selfish movement. It's a bit of, there's a lot of like revenge in there. There's a lot of misplaced insecurity because there are now all these, people and things that are being propped up and say, well, that's what you should be insecure about. And the more I got in,
a bunch of crybabies, a bunch of don't let them take this from us. Dude, they're gonna do the
more I started to read and learn and talk and listen, and
motherfucker had an advantage your whole motherfucking time you've been around. You had an advantage. And your ass still crying. Shut the fuck up.
The more I realized
Shut
that
up.
MAGA was the antithesis of that. It's an incredibly selfish movement. It's a bit of, there's a lot of like revenge in there. There's a lot of misplaced insecurity because they're not.
Oh, misplaced insecurity. You goddamn right. Mad at some motherfuckers that ain't did shit to you. Mad at some motherfucker that you had the advantage over and still couldn't surpass. And all you broke MAGA, you really need, I know you mad as fuck. You ain't got shit, ain't getting shit. It's harder on the motherfucker who ain't got no money. So that's you. And you got a grin and bear it. Like, I still love Trump. Pockets on motherfucker Easy E. Pockets broke than a motherfucker. So there's that.
All these, people and things that are being propped up and say, well, that's what you should be insecure about. And the more I got in, the more I started to read and learn and talk and listen, and the more I realized that MAGA was the antithesis of that. It's an incredibly selfish movement. It's a bit of, there's a lot of like revenge.
Yeah, Trump also acts like he's loved. He also acts like people like him. He also acts like he deserves awards for being an asshole. No, you don't get awards for being an asshole. The reward you get is boo. And motherfuckers don't like you. People don't like you. And you think all these motherfuckers booing at these games are not going to the polls? You think all these people booing at conventions and everywhere his ass goes, the World Cup, I don't give a fuck where it's at. People don't like him. So you can talk about the approval rating all the fuck you want. You could talk about how Trump is loved. We love Trump. That's your own particular little stupid ass club. And have it. Hug your pillow at night and believe that you and your little uneducated dummies are going to save President Trump, and he going to save you. And y'all going to save each other and ride out into the sunset, and you're going to be at the Republican National Convention with your trailer. They're going to pull your little trailer right on up in the parking lot, and you're going to be able to come out and have dinner with the President of the United States of America. Ongawa. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Your little fucking cokehead pipe dream. That shit ain't never happening, motherfucker. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, Ricky. I hate to fucking break it to you, but that shit ain't never gonna happen. So you can have your little coke dream, your little three teeth stance. Either fucking way, bro. That shit ain't never gonna happen. You ain't never gonna be part of something bigger. You just a fucking footstool and a vote for the Republican Party to say kiss our asses, have a shithole life in your little shithole trailer. We know who the fuck you are, MAGA. And if it ain't that, your ass in an apartment some motherfucking where. But the company that they keep is not you. You ain't never hanging around the people that's MAGA. Damn, it's a lady with a bag on top of her motherfucking head. That bitch, that's crazy. Oh, that's vicious. I wish I could record this. Matter of fact, that's beautiful. God damn. I'm impressed. But yeah, MAGA, sorry to break it to you like that, man. I'm sorry to break it to y'all, but y'all never be invited to the heart of MAGA, the MAGA heartland. You'll always be an outster. Because your bank account, if you want to know if you really MAGA and what part of MAGA you in, go look at your motherfucking bank account. All right? Six zeros or 5 zeros ain't even gonna have your ass nowhere near the ballpark. And I know most of y'all ain't got fucking 5 zeros. You damn sure ain't got 6 zeros. And some of y'all that got 6 zeros ain't in the club. That ain't shit. They'll fucking tax you. Yeah, they'll eat that shit up like it ain't nothing. Motherfuckers taking billions and shit to have a war. 500 billion. Y'all stupid president spent on a war that made his ass look dumb, made us look dumb, made us weaker, made us in jeopardy of not even being the world power. We're not even the top hegemon right now. Ain't nobody fearing the United States. Rent free. Obama 2028, rent free, fool. Smash that like button, man. Let's get to 300 likes. How far are we on the likes, Pit? I can't see a damn thing.
In there's a lot of misplaced insecurity.
You not MAGA. I'm glad to hear this information. I'm not MAGA. I'm a Christian conservative constitutionalist. Cope harder, lefties. You making shit up, ain't you? That motherfucker said he's a constitutionalist. Well, your president broke the Constitution about 1,000 motherfucking times. He might not even be constitutional to even be the fucking president. The fuck are you talking about? I'm not MAGA. I'm a Christian constitutionalist. Well, listen, if you're a Christian and you support people that have lewd acts with children, then I got to question what kind of fucking Christian you are, and I would never come to your church and worship under the Christianity you're under. I ain't even no fucking Christian. But don't sound like you are neither if you voted for Donald Trump. You can't put Christ-like Christian. You can't just say that you that. But the evidence shows that you support a person that would take advantage of women and children. I don't give a fuck what that don't mean shit to me. What that means to me is that you're a vile individual, you're a vile person, and your kids probably ain't safe. Woman or man. I don't trust you if you trust Donald Trump. I don't trust you if you support this motherfucker. Knowing, like if it was George Bush, all right, I ain't never heard nobody say that man did nothing to no fucking kids. I ain't never seen him, he wasn't looked at in that light, and he might be down with it, but his name ain't came up in it, so I can't put it on him. It's extensive and exclusive footage, information that this man paid off women. He settled in court with E. Jean Carroll. Motherfucker talk about she didn't even remember. All right, well, did he pay the bitch? Did he pay her ass? All right, then that's all the fuck I need to know. Did he pay off the Stormy Daniels girl? He paid her ass off. Right? I'm just saying, if you pay off the pussy, does that mean? What does that mean? Can anybody tell me in the chat? I just want to know. If you paid off a victim that said you did something to them sexually and you paid them money in a civil case, does that mean you're guilty? MAGA let their kids sit on Donnie lap. MAGA don't see nothing wrong with it. Clearly, I only heard like 2 MAGA people in my life ever say that they don't support it. Everybody else just saying prove it. Unlike the uneducated MAGA morons that are living off my taxes. Exactly. MAGA don't understand that the red states are living off the blue states. The red states is receiving benefits and tax breaks. The red state is receiving EBT, welfare, majority. Most of the goddamn assistance is going to the red states. The tax breaks is going to the red states. The employment is down in the red states. What y'all thought? Go look at the numbers. I know you can't believe it. You probably don't even want to see the numbers, and I get it. Y'all some shallow people. We ain't expecting y'all to take on too much fucking truth in one day. I done gave your ass enough truth for one day. I know y'all gonna Google that shit and cry. To drink your little MAGA coffee and wipe your little MAGA tears. All right? It's gonna be all right. But you gotta open your fucking head and get some fucking help. We trying our hardest to help you, but I ain't gonna hold your motherfucking hand and walk you in. But I showed you the way.
Because there are now all these, people and things that are being propped up and say, well, that's what you should.
Subscribe to the channel, even if it's in secrecy, MAGA. You don't gotta tell your other MAGA friends that you subscribe to the channel. Just subscribe and keep on getting the help. Fuck what everybody else doing and fuck what everybody else think. You know that here, you gonna hear some sane people. You gonna hear some people talking that you're not embarrassed to say, I listened in on that conversation. People that's accountable. People that ain't just gonna sidestep and ignore women and children being hurt. That's what you should be proud of, all right? You don't gotta tell no fucking body. I'm not gonna tell nobody. But hit that subscribe button, because that's what the fuck we doing over here. We helping people. We not just gonna let y'all fall by the wayside, all right? And for the other maggots or MAGAs, stop, go in the MAGA chat, man. Don't disrupt the MAGA people that's trying to break the fucking spell of MAGism. Don't stop their journey. Because I'm going to tell you now, if you come over here and listen to this and you're MAGA, it's either one or two things. You're sick or you super sick. Because if you coming over here and not trying to get better, you just want to hear this shit, bless your little heart. I'm going to hit your ass with the shit. But if you MAGA and you really, you tired of hearing dumb shit, and you come over here to listen to somebody that know what the fuck they're talking about and can give you examples and can give you real life situations that can show you that some of these people are just out of their fucking mind, I invite you in. I used to put motherfuckers out in my old channel, but I've learned that, hey, everybody should be able to hear the truth. Everybody should be able to consume the uncovering of the bullshit. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's my job to let every goddamn body who got ears get the bullshit out of their head. And you do that by sitting in here getting pills of medicine from yours truly. Get some help, MAGA. I'm trying to tell you. Look, they still in the chat. Whiny. Shut up. Go somewhere and talk that shit in a chat where somebody give a shit. If you're not coming up with solutions in here, because that's what we on. We on, you know what I'm saying? We on solutions. This is the solution hour. Not just sitting here talking about, you're wrong. I don't know who's right, but you're wrong.
To be insecure about. And the more I got in, the more I started to read and learn and talk and listen, and the more I realized that MAGA was the antithesis of that.
God. But the what is so powerful to me about leaving MAGA and your work, and what's so powerful to me about Stefania's story, and the story of an Israeli soldier who we put you sort of in conversation with in the book, and several others who we discuss, is that we do have tools to allow people to change their minds. Not necessarily, and you write so beautifully about this, not necessarily to persuade people or to convince people, but to give people something to come to. Not just something to leave, but something to come to, where they can continue to be their whole selves, where they can be, as all of us are, evolving human beings on a journey. All of us are, at some point or another, and to be an actual community with each other. That is a political tool that I, as a member of the American progressive movement, really, really implore and advocate my own.
Like I'm starting to kind of tear up sharing it now, because it's a pretty powerful experience. Friends and acquaintances and the people in my life that look at folks that are in MAGA that are like, how could somebody possibly wind up there in the first place? I can speak to it. Also, just really depressed and upset and hopeless that anyone could ever change their mind. And when this is the one where I've had firsthand opportunity to speak to someone who's like, they're separated from their dad or their mom or their uncle or their brother. They get a little bit of hope from it, and they're like, okay, I didn't know that I hadn't met someone that had changed their mind, and now that I see that someone can, it gives me hope. All is not lost. And so that's been always really encouraging to me. And, like I'm starting to kind of tear up sharing it now, because it's a pretty powerful experience to be given the opportunity to play that role for somebody.
The other answer is more interpersonal, and I think this has more to do with the work that you do in Leaving MAGA, the relational work that you do, and that is that the most successful dissidents in all these places are people who heard a voice in their head, much like a voice of objection, much like you did, as we talked about in your story, that said, something is wrong here. There's something about this community that I'm part of. There's something about this country or this political movement or this regime that is no longer working for me. And what they did, as you did, I don't mean to speak for you, but just to,
it's okay.
Just to paraphrase, is eventually they followed that voice. And not everybody was leaving a movement in a way you did, although we do profile a person in the book. For example, we profile a couple of people in the book who have left authoritarian movements, one person in Venezuela and other places in the world. But people followed that voice to wherever it took them. They generally did it by finding a community of others who shared their values. They were not, they were very serious about keeping themselves safe. They didn't take unnecessary risks for the sake of taking risks. And then, most critically, and we can talk more about this because it's so connected to your work, once they had established a sort of political home of others who shared their views, they employed all kinds of mechanisms to grow them. Those are the sort of the fundamental elements of is more interpersonal, and I think this has more to do with the work that you do in Leaving MAGA, the relational work that you do, and that is that the most successful dissidents in all these places are people who heard a voice in their head, much like a voice of objection, much like you did, as we talked about in your story, that said, something is wrong here. There's something about this community that I'm part of. There's something about this country or this political movement or this regime that is no longer working for me. And what they did, as you did, I don't mean to speak for you, but just to,
it's okay.
To paraphrase, is eventually they followed that voice. And not everybody was leaving a movement in the way that you did, although we do profile a person in the book. For example, we profile a couple of people in the book who have left authoritarian movement.
Man, shut up. Y'all motherfuckers, all y'all talk about is Democrats, Democrats, Democrats. As if motherfuckers are born as Democrats or people born as Republicans. You ain't even no Republican. You just a dumbass motherfucker who voted Republican. Why you can't get that through your dumbass head? Get that through your thick skull. You're not a Republican. You a person that voted Republican because they lied to your ass enough for you to go and vote for them. But now you're taking it too far, dummy. You just continuously running around. I'm a Republican. Even though I'm not a politician, I'm still a Republican because I voted Republican. Just because I voted Republican, I'm going to say I'm a Republican. But I'm not really Republican. I just voted Republican. Damn, y'all motherfuckers are. That's how dumb y'all sound. You ain't never been a politician in your life, but your ass Republican. You ain't never been to no Democratic National Convention, but you're a Democrat. Nah, what you should be is independent. Or not. You can be whatever you want to be. You can be stupid or smart. But for sure, you're not a Democrat or a Republican just because you voted for them. Okay?
It's one person in Venezuela and other places in the world. But people followed that voice to wherever it took them. They generally did it by finding a community of others who shared their values. They were not, they were very serious about keeping themselves safe. They didn't take unnecessary risks for.
Oh shit, I just walked in the shop and it's probably some bad service. I'm ready to get up off here in a minute anyway.
Sake of taking risks. And then, most critically, and we can talk more about this because it's so connected to your work, once they had established a sort of political home of others who shared their views, they employed all kinds of mechanisms to grow their movement. Those are the sort of the fundamental elements of the dissident work, the dissident arc. The other answer is more interpersonal, and I think this has more to do with the work that you do in Leaving MAGA, the relational work that you do, and that is that
right,
the most
James, I
successful
can't support
dissidents
no
in all these
PDF
places
neither.
are people who heard a voice in their head, much like a voice of objection, much like you did, as we talked about in your story, that said, something is wrong here. There's something about this community that I'm part of. There's something about this country or this political movement or this regime that is no longer working for me. And what they did, as you did, I don't mean to speak for you, but just to,
it's okay.
To paraphrase, is eventually they followed that voice. And not everybody was leaving a movement in the way that you did, although we do profile a person in the book. For example, we profile a couple of people in the book who have left authoritarian movements, one person in Venezuela and other places in the world. But people followed that voice to wherever it took them. They generally did it by finding a community of others who shared their values. They were not, they were very serious about keeping themselves safe. They didn't take unnecessary risks for the sake of taking risks. And then, most critically, and we can talk more about this because it's so connected to your work, once they had established a sort of political home of others who shared their views, deployed all kinds of mechanisms to grow their movement. Those are the sort of the fundamental elements of the dissident work, the dissident arc.
All y'all want to talk about is the last said that dumbass shit. Robert Holman. How soon we forget about the last. I know one thing. Biden left the deficit nowhere near what it is now. Biden left employment in a decent place. Biden left the gas at a decent place. And the economy was in a decent place. Obama left it in even better shape than that. And Trump got that in fuck.